And you can look at circumstances today in the world and get scared. But the answer to a lot of what we have going on today, it's really prayer. And especially if you consider yourself a saint or a believer in Christ, going on, including Scripture and giving us the warnings, and also the law of warning, but also the law of notice. Notice what's going on, and then I warn you, this is what's going to, if we don't, it's sort of like, it's a must. We have to repent. Repent basically means change your mind. Repent means turn, shift what you're thinking, the way of thinking. And don't be caught up in all the noise and all the mess. You have to find time to be just quiet, to quiet yourself, hear you, and He'll respond to you and give you peace. A peace that surpasses all understanding. Trust me, we all walk that walk, and it's like there's no comparison that we can walk in peace in the midst of this chaos and the wars that are going and rumors of war. Back to this topic, this is why it's so relevant. And as you're hearing our guest and Brother Mosley, we're talking about a call to action. So how are some ways that we can, again, put some of this into action today? I know you mentioned I love music. I think music just reaches right to the heart of people. Yes. But what are other ways that maybe are, in a way, practical that you see that we maybe should be taking notice of, maybe taking action?
Which encompasses prayer. It encompasses the repentance, and that musical is available to anyone to view. It's about 50. You could go to YouTube and do a search in YouTube under Leroy Little Clarion Call Musical for America, and it would pop up. And you need to get through minutes to grab the essence, and from that point on, you will just sort of have made intercession, not even knowing it, at viewing it, and at the end you could just say, Amen. And a tool that will help individuals to be more concerned. I do prison ministry, and Minister Mosley, we're both from Birmingham, Alabama.
Yes.
And it took us both being in Texas to ever meet each other years ago.
Yes.
And so we've traveled to many prisons together. Mm-hmm. And in reference to notice and warning, oftentimes Minister Mosley has posed the question, when you did whatever it was that you did that ended you, was there some kind of quickening, some kind of notice that just prompted you, but you ignored, and these are the consequences of it? And as we've done that in many prisons, not say there was some notice. I just didn't adhere to it. I ignored it. And these are the consequences that I'm having to live with now. It could have been a mom or a wife or a friend. I just don't feel good about you tonight.
Right.
And I was talking to Minister Mosley a little earlier, and I said, in some cases, it's, I'll be back in just a few minutes, and here it is 10, 15 years later, and they still hadn't gotten back because they failed to yield to the quickening them from ending up in that situation.
Yes.
Well, that's good. And Brother Mosley, you have a lot of experience in. He's one of the only. If there's anyone else, let me know. But you have basically served in every capacity. Is there anyone that has done that in America?
Not that I'm aware of. And God has given me what I refer to as a dubious distinction. But I would like to add this, Brother Sergio, is that as God has incorporated notice and warning in the earth, and one has to come to understand that. And we've talked about on some of our other episodes how the lower animal kingdom will give you notice and warning. What will a dog? That's inherent in the nature of a dog. A cat is going to give you some kind of a noise to cause you to know that cat's about to attack you. Let's take it a step further. A skunk, before a skunk sprays you, is going to give some kind of reaction to cause you to know you're about to be sprayed.
What about
Even a snake.
What about a mama? Mom. She give you the eye. Oh, the evil eye. Oh, you know it's coming. The wrath.
So in order to appreciate notice and warning, one has to come to accept the fact, all aspects. You've heard me say before, a weather report is nothing but a notice and warning report. Notice of good weather, warning of bad weather. It's just that simple.
Yeah, it's true.
What does a rainbow do? God made that I want to destroy the earth by water another time. It's a notice sign. It's not a warning, but it's a notice sign. The change of climates. If a person has been comatose for many years and wakes up, and so they're going to see the leaves changing. That's a notice that it's the fall season of the year. So what we're endeavoring to do in this forum and in our discussions is to cause individuals to know that God is a legalist. And what I mean by that, God does everything according to a fixed law that he will not violate. Now don't confuse that with the Mosaic, because the laws of life, and including but not limited, trace from Genesis all the way through the Old Testament into throughout the New Testament as absolutes. You can find the laws of life in the garden. But our effort here, and we're hopeful that the viewing is that these laws are absolute. We accept the fact that laws are absolute as it relates to the law of freezing. 32 degrees centigrade, what happens? Do we have to wonder about it? Well, do we have to pray about it? Do we have to dance if it freezes? I'm being a little facetious now, but I'm trying to show how ridiculous it is for us to understand that God has initiated laws in every aspect of our lives. And why would we think that there are not some laws that control us? And especially this law of notice and warning is to acclimate those who are willing to listen, that there are laws that govern the consequences. Maybe yes. We determine what we do, but we don't determine the consequences of it. One or more laws of life.
Oh, I love that. Ms. Jean, you have something?
There will be consequences, that's true.
Oh, boy.
There will be consequences.
You know, to your point, I was thinking about this, how we have such a loving God that he hasn't given us a spirit of fear, right? So all this are not to cause you to fear or to panic. He's just saying he's a loving God, he's a loving Father, and as a loving Father, he's going to say, son or daughter, if you take another step, you're going to fall or you're going to trip. You know, he's just, he's not trying to make you scared, you know, because that would be kind of binding, right? He wants us to have freedom.
Yes.
And I think that that's the call for today. The call to action is don't be afraid. Focus on the problems. We can be afraid if we focus on the chaos. But if we focus on what he's calling us to do, which is to humble ourselves and to pray and to repent, then he will heal our land. I love what the initial premise, not the government's responsibility to heal our land. It is our responsibility to heal the land. So I commit to all of you to take notice, take notice of the warnings as well, and go to the Lord. Go to the Lord, and He will answer if we pray, right? If we do that, then there's a blessing that comes. So that's all the time that we have today. We thank you so much for watching once again. We love coming into your living room or wherever you're watching us from. And you can also follow us on YouTube. Take care.
Hi, I'm Mike Miller. Hope you're having a great day. Thanks so much for watching The Other Side. Bring musicians into your life and let you hear their stories and adventures and to hear their music. The guy I have today is a very interesting, a great musician. I'm glad to have Blue AJ. Appreciate you being here.
Thank you for having me, Mike. It's an absolute pleasure to be here.
months.
I really appreciate hearing that. Thank you.
You play around at a lot of the open mics and places around town,
Yeah.
the area.
I love open mics anyway. They're just one of my favorite things, but what a great way to come into a community and meet all the great players that are in that community.
Number of years?
I own my own studio, so most of my stuff I just did on my own in my studio.
Yeah.
I've done some production for other people and other collaboration over the years and such, but yeah, I spent the last 15 years pretty much alone in a room wearing headphones.
And you've been writing a lot.
Extensively. I'm rather prolific.
You've been involved with the release of a number of albums, though, isn't that right?
Yeah, the one that I just released here in Denton in particular is
Yeah.
actually my 20th full-length album.
20th full length. So you have one now that you've had pressed into vinyl.
Yes, it's in Texas, about 20 minutes away. They
Really?
did a wonderful job of pressing it for me. They were just great. I highly recommend them to any local musicians or any musicians anywhere in the country that are working on pressing vinyl.
How many songs do you have on that album?
I didn't know there was going to be a quiz.
Oh, sorry.
No.
Oh, that's pretty good. Yeah.
It's actually a combination of brand new songs and some that are a little older in my career because I was making this rather dramatic change in life by leaving that studio behind and coming here to Denton with the understanding that I would be playing a lot more live music than future.
Yeah. I was really impressed with the series of videos you have out there. You show the kind of the history of some other groups you've played with over the years, and
Thank you. I really appreciate that.
you've had various looks over the years, it seems like.
I think that happens to all of us who live long enough.
Various genres of music you've been involved with.
I've crossed a lot of ground actually, and I think the current album is one of the best distillations of what I as an individual do, but I've spent quite a bit of time exploring industrial dance and EDM and undertones and just about everything I do, as I'm sure you've picked up on that.
And you played drums earlier in your career?
Drums are my first instrument, actually. This is the first time moving here to Denton and living in an apartment. This is the first time.
Oh, really?
Yeah, that's the one thing I kind of itching
miss
about every
that.
once in a while. Indeed. But I brought just a handful of my favorite guitars and such with me.
How old were you when you first started playing music?
I got my first set of drums when I was probably 18. I was probably 19 or 20 when I decided that I was going to pursue music seriously. Prior to that, I'd done some DJing.
Oh, really?
But
Where did you live at that time?
I was living in the Shenandoah Valley of Virginia, 2 hours west of D.C. and not too far east of West Virginia's line, right on the Shenandoah River. It's where the Shenandoah River meets the Potomac before it goes into D.C.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Is that a fairly populated area these days?
Oh, not really. We
Really?
were in a pretty rural, and it's a wonderful, delightful culture shock.
But that's so close to D.C., you say?
Yes, it was very close to D.C. 2 hours drive to D.C.
Did you play over there some?
Very little. Most of the time I played in and around the Shenandoah Valley, which was
You get to know people better in those environments.
growing up in a small town, born in a small town, and a 25, 30 minutes drive from the boonies where I lived into the small town nearby. So yeah, we were kind of out in the woods.
But y'all had some connections to Denton.
Bob, she had known people from Denton, and I'd met people over the years. So I've been hearing about the Denton music scene for a good 12 to 15 years,
Really?
actually, on and off, different times. It's like I combo were, even though I was living in Virginia. And the last few years, as we decided where we were going to move to, Denton just kept popping up and ticking all the boxes on my list. And
Yeah.
so the past couple of years, I was lurking online and following a lot of the artists, following, as I knew when the Abbey Underground closed, even though I was living in Virginia at the time.
Oh, through Facebook and things
Just
like that?
Facebook and YouTube and social media and online, just stalking the talent here because it's so amazing.
Yeah. I was hoping to do the next few years here in the area musically.
My goals are pretty simple. I just kind of want to be a staple of the Denton music scene. I'm
Yeah.
doing what I'm doing right now, just playing almost every day and listening and soaking up this incredible culture and all the talent. Amazing musicians. Conversation with Caleb Coonrod from Remain the other day about this, the fact that incredibly talented people of all walks of life are everywhere, but the culture here really curates and cultivates it more because it's everywhere. And it's not just music, obviously. This Denton is just full of art. You spin around, you've just seen handmade pottery, someone wearing a homemade t-shirt, and a mural on the wall, and someone playing music. It's just everywhere. And craft beer and wine and...
Would you like to have a record contract and be touring, or
Not really.
Not really, yeah.
Yes, even with a new record, I really didn't make it to be fiscally responsible so much as it's something I just really wanted to make.
Yeah, you just enjoyed and just being part of the music scene around here,
and you can play every night.
Play every
There's
night, yeah.
Options.
Yeah.
You know, you and I are both out and about in town several nights every week.
Yeah. And Caleb really does a good job with the people he brings in.
Oh yeah, he's one. Matt Grigsby. Bone Doggy at LSA, obviously Caleb Coonrod at Killer's Tacos,
and Strong Work. You've been going to their shows.
Oh yeah, I've been doing the Not Normal variety show.
Yeah,
they are really fascinating. So I don't want to start listing too many musicians because if I list 30 of them, I'm going to leave 40 out and be kicking myself later for not thinking to mention them. But yeah, there's just the talent here, and it's just so wonderful. Everyone's encouraging and welcoming, and everyone just gets better every day because it's all there, and you can't help but soak it in.
Who were some of your main influences when you were younger or now?
I'm a rock and roll guy more than anything else if you were to go genres, but man, when I was in early high school, I was DJing and I was specializing in music from the 50s and 60s then. 84 was when CDs were first reissued, so most people of that era knew everything old. We knew all of the classic rock, new wave and such that was out at the time that I was in school, because I graduated in 1984. So we're talking Breakfast Club.
Oh yeah.
So, but then just keeping up forward, it was the beginning of hip hop and all the clear. And
were you influenced by the British music as well?
Oh, of course.
Yeah,
absolutely. Everything from the Doors to Pink Floyd to Stevie Ray Vaughan, working backwards to Albert King and Albert Collins and all the blues and stuff. And obviously I grew up in Appalachia, so there's Hank Williams. Yeah, and that whole Nashville scene, it just basically goes up the Appalachian Mountains from Nashville right on up through Virginia until you basically get to New York.
Yeah.
And I grew up in the kind of the tail end of punk, so I'm a massive fan of things like The Clash.
Yeah.
And The Damned and all these classic punk bands and stuff.
Have you ever been to New York?
I have. I've been to New York. Actually, I had a film that a short film that went to a festival there and won the New York International Film and Video Festival, and I want to say it was 2000. You may have seen it. Actually, it was on one of those variety show things on YouTube that I have.
Oh, really? I'll check that out.
Yeah, it's called Flat. Hadn't even thought about that before coming in here. I was thinking about the music stuff. But
you must have worked a long time on those videos. You have quite a collection of videos out there. Yeah,
the last album I did, last solo album, was 2016. It was called Meatball Surgery, and it had 10 songs on it, but I made an in-the-studio music video for all 10 of them, so you can actually watch the whole 35 format and kind of see what I did when I was alone in the studio.
Those videos are really good. You have
Thank you.
Introductions and segues and songs and jamming and
yeah, it was a lot of fun. I referred to it as being a year-long rock and roll selfie because basically it was me alone with working in the studio. Again, the studio was in my house, so when I say the studio, I'm referring to my basement.
Did other family members play music also? Were you the only one?
Actually, yeah, there was no music hardly at all in my household growing up. And even now, I don't know that listens to each one of my CDs once and puts it in a box so she has it, but they were never really music-centric.
Yeah.
And they just knew that they couldn't get the headphones off of me, whether it was the old days with one little light into the little radio.
Yeah. There's been a lot of technology changes in our lifetime.
Yeah, the original studio gear I bought in 1989, and I bought a full 8-track reel-to-reel and Neumann microphones and stuff, and it was just, and then out quite a bit more, and it added up to being a significant amount of money. The first purchase was like 30 grand, and then another 12 to 15 for the 12 months following, just racking up credit cards, and now all those things basically come for free on a laptop when you buy it.
Yeah.
So yeah, there's
but I don't know. And some people want to go back and use the older technology, it seems like sometimes.
I guess sometimes it's good to set your boundaries when you're writing and creating, because you butt up against your own limits and kind of find creative solutions. And other times I just like to have every option available, and then you spend most of your time making decisions as to which option you wish to pursue.
What do you usually record in then?
The last few albums I was recording ultimately to digital, but I had a pretty good collection of tube mics and preamps and doohickey, able to get a very warm and comfortable sound. And
Yeah. Have you used GarageBand and Pro Tools?
I haven't used GarageBand. I'm familiar with Pro Tools. I was really fond of Cakewalk's Sonar, which was made by Roland, as far as my favorite DAW. But I went through about a decade where I was a digital audio workstation package that was available. I was obsessive. So I'm actually familiar with how to use most of the ones that are most of the big players. Everything from Cubase to Acid Pro to Sonar as well, and Pro Tools. And time with a lot of them.
Oh, you've used all of those?
Yes, and Ableton and FL Studio. And
do you think you might do any studio work and record other people?
I'm going to play everything by ear down here and remain as fluid as possible, because there are just so many amazing people. I'm hoping all kinds of cool collabs. And so yeah, sooner or later I'll end up back in the studio in some way or another, I'm sure, because it's just kind of in my DNA.
Yeah.
But yeah, for the most part I'm focusing on live for now and just enjoying that, going out and playing here and
hearing other people.
Just tossing my pebble into the ocean with the rest of them.
It's amazing some of the talent that's around here for sure, the different kinds of things they do and instruments they have. And
so diverse and eclectic. Every type of music you can imagine is represented here, which is just wonderful. Someone will walk up a country song and then someone else will be performing hip hop, and then the next person performs bluegrass, and then it's just across the board. It's a great punk scene. I've heard, I don't think there's much I could label that I haven't heard since I've been here.
Yeah. When did you get to Denton?
Took the keys to my apartment on December 5th, so it's just over 6 months as of this taping since I've been here, and it's just been wonderful. Everyone has been so welcoming.
Well, you're very nice to everybody else, and you don't have an attitude. You're just
it's too much fun to have
your songs, and you appreciate other people's music and what they do. So
it's hard not to. Wow, it's just amazing here. But yeah, everyone's incredibly kind and just friendly. And I think that's even on one of the state bumper stickers or something. When you first drive into Texas, there's a sign that says "Drive."
Welcome to Texas.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, I do appreciate you coming down today, and look forward to hearing your songs. And you guys stay tuned to check out some great music. Thank you so much for watching, and we hope you have a great day.
Hello, my name is Blue J, and I got nothing to sing. Let my guitar ring. When the ribbon all ring, had no opinion to sing. No slogan on the banner, I'm just I thought I had a thought on a thing. I thought I had a thought on a thing. My ideas, they were flying, but now I'm seeing flames on the wing. Don't win a ribbon or ring. Had no opinion to sing. No slogan on the banner. I'm just gonna let this gypsy sing. No slogan on the banner. I'm just hoping that I don't break a string. And this is called Cats Are Rockin'. Cats are rockin' right tonight. Is it A-OK? And out of sight drums are tight. Cats are rockin'
right tonight. Guitar's up and it's slamming beat. Memphis like is oh so sweet. Party's moving into the street. Cats are rocking right tonight. I say A-OK and out of sight. The volume's up, the drums are tight. Cats are rocking right tonight. Billy Riley's on the guitar lead, so when he plays, you know the hunk of what he sings to me. Bass is thumping and my drums are there, and everybody's screaming just to fill the air. Cats are rocking right tonight. I said A-OK and out of sight. The volume's up, the drums are tight. Cats are rocking right tonight. Cats are rocking right tonight. I said A-OK and out of sight. Tight. Cats are rocking right tonight. The cats are rocking right tonight. And this is called My Baby Gone to Raleigh. She left in the morning, tackle 9 voice at sunset on my mind upon my rise. I'm just grinding time until my love arrives. My baby gone to Raleigh, I am strumming here alone. I'm just grinding time until this old dog is busy here just worrying this bone. Baby gone to Raleigh and I'm wishing she were home. The grass it is still growing, but the growing now falling to the ground. It's glory time in mid-Atlantic Appalachia, and I'm wishing that my baby were around. My baby gone to Raleigh, I am strumming here alone. I'm just grinding time until my baby gone to Raleigh, and I'm wishing she were home. She should be home before first snow, and last winter jumps at the start of gun. Make no mistake, you can't be facing winter without my baby here to keep me warm. Just grinding time until my baby come back home. This old dog is busy here just worrying this bone. Baby gone to Raleigh and I'm wishing she were home. Here too focused in my head, 'cause time just grinds until she's back in my bed. Time just grinds until my baby's back home in her bed. Time just grinds until my home in our bed. And this is called Fire Ring. I'm gonna kick my heels and sing. I'm gonna open up these pipes and let these hollers ring. I'm gonna pack my evening namaste. Buddha via Sasquatch, hey, it's the Appalachian way. Apply my trade, I stake my claim. This dame, the fire ring, you ought to melt the day away. quiet mind. Yesterday's done, gone behind. The fire ain't gonna melt the day away. Away. The fire ain't gonna melt the day away. Climb a trade, I stake my claim. All engaged where the truest aim. The fire ain't gonna melt. A tired feet and a quiet mind. Yesterday's done, gone behind. The fire ain't gonna melt the day away. The sunlight on the suffix of the my way. The fire ain't gonna melt the day away. And this is called Smoodles. Hey there, wonderful, hope you were well. I was just thinking about you, nothing to tell. You can hit me back, but don't feel obligated, I'm doing fine. The thought it did occur to me that it's been a while, and you should know the thought of you, it brings me a smile. You can hit me back, but don't feel obligated, I'm doing fine. Please tell you know who that I send my hello and pass my regards to the friends we both know. You can hit me back and smooches plus toodles equals smoodles, you know. Smoodles to you, baby, but I gotta go. Smoodles to you, wonderful. Smoodles to you, wonderful. XXOO. You can do Junko Joe if you want. And this is called Junko Joe. Coming down the road, fully loaded tip tap as a landmine. Not yet exploded, gonna do no sense. Got a pocket full of bullets and a head full of intent. Junko Joe and the Angola Blues brand. Junko Joe and the Angola Blues brand. Junko Joe and the Angola Blues brand. Junko Joe and the got a what's the smell sneer and a tongue from gallows humor made it, but his breaking boulders under gun Louisiana. He got a sharpened toothbrush and a man and taught him patient meditate upon his vengeance. Junko Joe and the Angola chain gang. 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 Junko Joe gonna meet his executioner, gonna swing beneath 13 coils of hemp. Junko Joe said he had every right to do it. His final words were, I have nothing to repent. The Angola hangman, Junko Joe and the Angola hangman. Junko Joe and the Angola hangman. His final words were, I have nothing to repent. His final
Hi, I'm Mike Miller. Hope you're having a great day. Thanks so much for watching The Other Side. They combine a lot of elements with their singing harmonies and electronic sounds and synth work, and I really appreciate them being here. We have the Wild Natives here today. Thank you all for coming. Appreciate you being here, Sarah.
We're excited to be here.
Yeah, thank you for having us.
Well, I see this stuff on Facebook that y'all been doing. Y'all played at the some kind of Family Day place.
Yes, we played at Deep Elm Art Co. for Mother's Day.
Yeah,
Oh, okay.
They had a family-friendly event with some crafts and stuff.
Oh,
and
really? Yeah.
Yeah.
Is that something that's going to become another event, or it was just like once a year?
They do it every
Yeah.
Sunday. They do
Oh,
a
every
family,
Sun-
Yeah,
family,
Yeah,
they
family
do.
day.
Sunday.
Yeah,
Friday.
they do.
Yeah,
they book a family, like they do a lot of family events. I think it's pretty family.
Bands.
Yeah,
louder
basically.
bands.
So yeah, they do that every Sunday. They do.
Well, that's pretty cool. And y'all have played at Backyard on Bell also.
Yeah, a few times. I think we're going back
May 31st.
May 31st.
Really?
So yeah,
Yeah.
We're about to
About to.
tonight.
Oh, tonight, really? That's cool. And the show will air in a few weeks, but anyway.
That's okay.
Where is the cave?
Arlington.
Arlington, okay.
Yeah.
Why do they call it the cave? Does it look like one?
I
don't
hope
know,
so.
we've never been
I
there.
Oh,
sure
really?
hope so. I'm at a venue that is their sister venue, Aussie Rabbit, and that's in Arlington as well, like probably about 30 minutes away from where it is, I think is what he said. And when we played, their sound guy was like, hey, we have another venue you should check out.
Oh, yeah.
Check it out and see how it goes tonight.
Well, that's cool. Have y'all known each other a long time?
No.
We've known each other for 1 year and 1 month.
Really?
Yes.
Right?
Yeah.
No, we met in
Very,
yeah, so a year and a half.
yeah,
But we didn't start
really knowing
working
each
together or being friends until probably April.
Did y'all start by seeing each other play?
No,
Or no?
actually, so I met her at my open mic at LSA. She was coming up with some friends that I was friends with, and they were coming to hang out with Doggy, Bone Doggy. She actually knows Bone Doggy from like way back
Oh,
before
really?
I do, actually.
I
so
lived
it's
here
great. Yeah,
5 years ago.
Oh,
she's-
did you?
Yeah.
I had another band, but it was horrible. It was really bad.
You and Bodoggy and Ken do those, what is that y'all do?
We do Radio Free Denton.
Radio
yeah,
Free
it's a little
Denton.
skit podcast, comedic. Do like, I think we just did Russian Nazi clowns. And
Oh, really? How did y'all get started with that?
Something kind of like working together, like with the collective and the open mic. So we always were talking, and we're just like, hey, why don't we do it? And then Doggy's like one of those people. He's like Sarah. When they say they're gonna do something, they get it. They map it out. They come together with an out. Let's do it again. All right. Okay. But it's fun. It keeps you. It helps with this because it keeps me goofy because I have to like kind of channel different characters every time. And now that we're doing the skits, they both kind of go together. So I'm like, we get opportunities to kind of not make fun, but have fun with what we're doing and
then
enjoy
y'all
it.
started this vlog
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess
She's the brains behind that.
a month and a week ago.
a month and a week
Yeah,
ago.
we have 5 episodes.
Well, I was watching some of those, and it said the tornado was coming, and y'all were actually were in the bathroom.
Yeah.
And practice.
We were.
Really?
Yeah, and then my boyfriend called me and said, hey, there's a tornado that's about to come.
We weren't scared
We weren't
at first.
scared.
We were just going to keep going.
But then we got like several messages from people that were like, you need to go.
Oh, really?
And
Yeah.
and then we heard the sirens. So.
It got pretty intense.
Yeah. So the bathroom took all the important stuff and
Yeah.
knew like record it. Might as well.
Yeah.
Good content. We're not practicing and getting any content there, so we might as well just record in the bathroom. So.
So y'all keep developing new songs?
Yeah.
Yeah, I had another band, and we weren't together for very long, but we came to the LSA open mic, and she knew them. We both didn't know them. I knew them kind of. Anyway.
We were new to knowing them.
So I had 4 songs. I was working with my dad. 4 songs, and I was working on more, and then we met, and then I started producing myself. And so it took a long time to get those 4 songs, though.
Yeah,
Because
it's a lot of work.
I started writing like for myself, by myself, 2.5 years ago,
Really?
give or take. So, it's kind of just now everything is coming to fruition. But I feel like I found my counterpart. Like, because playing with the previous band, they played guitar. My stuff is not guitar driven. And then also because we've shared a lot of similar life experiences.
Yeah.
So,
That's cool.
yeah, it's been nice working with another woman also, because it's
Yeah.
just different
Yeah.
in the industry. I mean, in any industry probably, but specifically the music industry, it can get a little
Yeah,
Interesting.
It's definitely a safe point, and as long as we're there together, it's like I can do it. Once you want me to do it by myself, I'm out. But it's cool. It's cool. When I met her, I'd actually gone down to the studio to see her when they were recording for the band. I had already kind of heard her music, and then I heard her play, and I was listening to her sing, and I was like, I could do this. Like I could be part of what
Part of
she's
that
doing.
fit
And just
in, yeah.
the band that she was in kind of was not. That's just not. They weren't being very supportive in the matter, and they were just.
Yeah.
It was not a.
Not in tune with
Yeah, because I'm like, she's very talented. And so it wasn't like I was trying to steal her from them. It's just like I knew she could go somewhere, and I wanted to be a part of that. And I was like, I can offer bass and harmonies already, keys, guitar, whatever you need. If we ever need to change it up or we don't have instruments, you know, like I knew I could offer her something. And I was like, it's like we were leaving like that, because we were in San Marcos, right? Yeah, so we had like a wild drive home, and we were just texting each other like, let's get together, let's just see if we jam. We didn't plan to be a band, to be honest. I think I had hopes for us to be a band, but we weren't really there. And then we just started hanging out, and like we were just hanging out, very musically driven. We talked about music all the time, but life. We kind of helped each other kind of grow together and be on our own and independent. And then we started playing, and we're like, wow, we lock together with harmonies and music. We have a lot of the same style. We hear a lot of the same music notes and words and things like that. We are very connected and in tune. And then
it is fun to sing like that together and just
absolutely
how you bounce off of each other and
absolutely. And that's the thing too, is like we work hard, both of us, and to work with people that are on that level with us, because we do take it really seriously. This is not a hobby, it's a career. We're gonna not work our other jobs and do this eventually. And so when we work together, we feed off of each other and so we can get a lot done without really doing much and follow each other. If she needs me to kind of step up, I will. If I need her to step up, she does. And it's not a question of like, holy crap, like what do we do? It's just like, okay, you know, let's just keep going and we'll make the best of it. It's really awesome to be a part of.
That's good that you really enjoy it, you know, that it really is meaningful. And you started playing keyboards as a teenager, or?
I mean, okay, I took a week's worth of lessons when I was 7.
Oh, really?
And then, that's not a good answer. I just kind of started playing. Like I didn't take classes. I've watched some YouTube tutorials, and I've listened a lot.
And you just had the ability to write songs or make songs.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, a lot of people do that, and they haven't really studied, you know, classical theory that much.
Right.
And can write some really cool songs, you know.
Yeah.
And people that study it sometimes just have a lot of
It can lock you in because you learn all these rules that you think you have to fourth.
Yeah.
And I feel like that would mess me up
Absolutely.
now.
Yeah.
I don't know.
You don't worry about whether it's.
Yeah. Does it sound good?
It's the fourth key.
Yeah.
Chord or whatever the fifth
Yeah.
chord. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Exactly.
It sounds good. I do everything myself.
Oh, really? Yeah.
I use a software called Fruity Loops.
Oh, really? Yeah.
And I just create everything.
Because I don't know much about
Me
this. But
neither.
the
Oh,
computer.
you mean what kind of instrument? Like what kind of sounds do I use?
Yeah, like the computer. What's really coming through there? I'm wondering.
Okay, so in Fruity Loops they have different plugins, and each one has just the craziest sounding. So then you can tweak it. You can tweak everything. So it's like having excuse me, my Fitbit was messed up. It's like having a keyboard or a mixing board in front of you, and you can like add reverb, add delay, whatever.
One with it, build it in.
There's a lot of I like atmospheric sounds. I like
I do too.
I like everything to sound really big if I
Yeah.
can. Again, I've only been doing that side 6 months really
Yeah.
truly alone and like figuring out how to use Fruity Loops better. So eventually I want that big sound. I want like the commercially big sound, the sound that's on the radio where there's like a lot of space above and below the voice, but I just want to give us a platform to sing.
Yeah.
that's the major instrument. Everything else is
Yeah.
just to kind of sit underneath
Yep.
it and above it
Yeah,
and
to
carry it.
accompany your voice and all that. Yeah. You were in choir as a kid, and
Of course.
yeah.
Yeah. Yep. I was.
Where did you go to high school and all that?
I grew up mostly born in Dallas, but I wasn't here until, I mean, I've been here for the last 10 years
Yeah,
in the area.
the North
not
of
in
Dallas,
Denton.
North Texas area. Yeah.
Yeah.
Where did you grow up?
I grew up in pretty much here. I grew up in Crum.
Oh, Crum,
But
yeah.
yeah, pretty much from here. I went and then moved back here about 3 years ago.
Really?
So now, yeah, and I just kind of went heavy into Denton and got involved with all the bands and things. So it was cool coming back. It wasn't like because I really didn't hang out as much here when I lived in Louisville. I really never came to Denton.
Yeah.
I mean, I come and see some of my brothers. So coming back in and seeing where the music scene was, I bet for you too. Like when you were already there and then you left to come back. It's just crazy to see how different it is.
Yeah,
but it's
things have
cool.
changed.
So your brother's a musician also?
Yeah, he's
really?
in Ellen and Dean. Yeah.
Oh, uh-huh.
Yeah. So he ate together a lot, and yeah, he's going to Ellen and Dean. They're hitting it. They're going crazy. They just got a new female singer, Ashley. She's really awesome and really good. So yeah, it's coming together. They've been writing stuff. and
Ashley Samoji?
I have no. Say I know her last name, Ashley Maddox. Sorry if I said your name wrong. But yeah, so it's been going. I know they're going good. They're playing a lot, and it's cool. So I try to get out there whenever I can.
Because they've played at Twilight Tunes, I think, or the Jazz Fest.
Yeah, I went and watched. We went and watched that actually. Yeah, and so it was good. It was cool.
Did
to
y'all
see.
play at Jazz Fest this year?
I did with Bone Doggy and the Collective,
Oh,
but
okay.
not Wild Natives.
Yeah.
I forgot, to be honest, that the Arts and Jazz Festival was coming up until
Yeah, you
Doggy
have
was
to-
like, "We've got 3 months," and I was like, "Oh yeah, that's right."
I think you have to apply in November.
Pretty
We weren't
early.
ready.
Yeah.
Yeah, it
so
sneaks
there
up
yet.
on you.
Yeah.
Are y'all working on like an EP or CD, anything like that?
An
Yeah.
album.
Really?
Yeah, in September.
You hope to release it in September? How many songs will it have? Really? That's
See
good.
how it goes.
Yeah. Do y'all
Yeah.
have a certain engineer or producer you're working with, or
Me.
you're doing it? Yeah.
Yeah, we have big plans for Wild Natives, and so she's actually phenomenal with the computer. I've dabbled with Fruity Loops, but not enough to even know like what she's doing. I don't know much about any kind of technology, so going into that was really terrifying. But she really is amazing, like just with all of it, from getting our music to editing our videos and making our flyer. Really fantastic at this. You could do this, and she's actually wanted to do it, and so it's like something. We have future plans for Wild Natives.
I'd like to produce other people at some point.
Yeah. Well, you probably have a talent for that. That's good. And I didn't mean to talk, so I'll play some of this music for everybody. Thank y'all for coming, and y'all stay tuned to listen to some of the Wild Natives music. Thanks so much for watching, and have a great day.
Hey everybody, we're Wild Natives, and this song is called Underwater. 1, 2, 3, 4.
It's muddy in these waters, but I still want to swim. Can you breathe when you are under? Just pretend I can show you to the bottom. Then we won't be friends anymore. I don't mind.
song is called Paper Cages.
I like the way you look when you don't see me. I like how it feels when the whole world's asleep. I like the way it sounds when there's no speaking. Kinda sounds like, oh, here we go again. You get what you paid for. And I know these bars won't ever bend. Oh no. Tell me what comes next. You were always good at that. Building paper cages, yeah. Over and over and over again. Here we go. Let it go. I'm just a number that sleeps on the door so they remember who's who. Sometimes they feed me while the second hand's creeping. I stare at the TV, I'm crawling through walls. It's like, oh no, here I go again. What I paid for, and I know these bars won't ever bend. Oh no. Tell me what comes always good at that. Building paper cages, yeah. Over and over and over and over and over again. Let it go. The longer you wait, the harder it gets. Harder I try, the harder it is. Is it over yet? Tell me what comes next. You were always good. Is it over yet? Is it over yet? Is it over yet? Is it over? No more cage rides. Is it over? You were always good at that. Building your cages. We're wild natives.
And they tell me, follow your dreams. And they say, do what you and money will come. And they tell me, follow your dreams.
Hi, I'm Mike Miller. Hope you're having a great day. Thanks so much for checking out The Other Side. My guest today is Dylan Lee Cronin. Appreciate you being here.
Thank you.
And been seeing you around at the open mics the last few months and stuff, and you play quite a bit. I really like this guitar.
It's a wonderful guitar, man.
What model is it?
It's an Epiphone Mo Baby. They only made them in 1999. It's got this speaker built into it.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, it's my baby, man.
It's kind of like a flying V, the way the body's made, I guess.
Body frame they use for that.
Oh, really?
It's basically just a modern with a amp built in the middle.
Yeah, yeah. It has a good sound.
Yeah, it's really strong considering how small that amp is. It's more than you'd expect, I think.
Guitar too, kind of like you got red, white, and blue.
It's actually red, white, and green. It's got the Mexican flag painted on the cover of it.
Does it? Yeah.
That was I got it at a pawn shop pretty cheap when I was like 17.
Yeah.
But the funny thing is, I saw them and I was like, oh, that's cool. They had 3 different and a rebel flag. When I saw them, I was like, I really want the rebel flag.
Yeah.
It's not something I can equate with. And I was like, I love Texas, but I'm not a native. This Mexico flag would just be ironic. I want that.
Cool.
So.
When did you get your first guitar?
I think I was 15.
15?
Yeah, I had actually saved up change for about a year.
Yeah.
And it was the Stratocaster that they have that comes with the guitar and the amp. I paid for that with money I'd gotten from the bank that I had just rolled up this change I'd been accumulating over like a year period.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
That's a good investment of that money.
Oh, yeah. It was the best investment I ever made.
Yeah. Do you still have that particular guitar?
I sold it years back.
Oh, did you? Yeah. Yeah. Got you started, though. And
yeah.
Do you still have that amp?
I don't have the amp either. I sold them together.
Yeah.
The only amp I've got now, it's an orange amp.
Oh, uh-huh. Those are really good.
Yeah, I love it.
Everything you need, I guess. They're really intense, aren't they? Or
yeah, you get a great sound out of them. I mean, I'm not very knowledgeable about amps, to be honest.
Me neither. Yeah.
But yeah, it's a great amp.
Yeah, they seem powerful or something.
Yeah.
The players use those, I think.
Yeah, Chuck Berry used one.
Oh, did he?
Back in the 70s, toward the end of his run, I guess.
That made it a lot more popular, I bet.
Yeah, probably.
When did you start writing songs?
11 or 12.
Did you? Yeah.
Yeah. I was like 11 years old. I first heard Nas. He's one of my favorite hip hop artists. And
really?
His song "One Mic" made me want to write.
Oh.
I didn't let anyone know that I was writing or anything.
Yeah, keep it a secret at first.
Yeah, I didn't. And then around 15, 16, I started getting into guitar because there were a lot of bands that I was just discovering, and they were all older and been around anyway. Like
yeah.
That's when,
oh, really?
And Led Zeppelin and all that.
Did you grow up around here?
I lived in Wiley, Texas.
Oh, yeah.
From the time I was like 6 to about 15, and then I moved to Denton, and I've been in and out of Denton for a few years.
It's all the Dallas-Fort Worth area, though, for
all
sure.
of this area.
Yeah. You used to look at the Dallas Observer and Buddy magazine to read about musicians and stuff, or?
No, never really read the Dallas Observer, I don't think. Yeah.
Everything's online now, I guess.
Yeah, everything's digital, man.
Yeah. They publish online too, though, the Dallas Observer, and that's where I used to read about a lot of bands, and still, there are a lot of reviews out there before these events, But yeah, I don't know if there's really a music magazine going on in the North Texas area right now.
There is a magazine that I've seen advertised on Facebook a lot, and I've read a few articles.
Oh, really?
I'm trying on it, but there is a local one that was started up here recently that I've seen.
Well, that's
here
good.
And there.
Yeah, there are a lot of things I'm unaware of for sure, but
yeah, well, I think it's mostly pretty much just online too.
Online, yeah.
I have my first album coming out on June 13th.
Do you?
Yeah. It's A Wonderful Day in the Neighborhood.
Yeah.
So, and kind of what I try to do with my music and what I encapsulate with it. I was like if you've seen or heard, then you'll know like my lyrics are pretty much all rapped, but the music itself is very just punk rock oriented. It's all
that's what I like
fast,
about it.
basic
I like
chords.
the feel of your music for sure. That's a good combination, and you can just pull it off by yourself.
And just try to incorporate things from those two genres, because growing up, that's been mostly what's spoken to me.
Yeah. Well, that's cool, and I appreciate you coming down today, and you playing some music for you, and we appreciate you watching, and have a great day.
This is Learn How to Smile. It's available on all streaming sites by Dylan Lee Cronin. When I grow up, I wanna be a hero. Still a punk kid at 26 years old. Walking past a 9/11 mural, I spot a pretty young thing, door knockers in her earlobes. Looking good in high heels and a short skirt, though I'm sure she's only dressed up for work. Walking the moment, I can feel my heart stopping, like deep down in my heart, I just wanna stop it, but that's her hustle, yo. I can't knock it, just keep walking and thinking to myself, how she sell herself without living in hell. Can't imagine what it takes, and it makes me start to think that life can make you weak and drain your strength. But even when it seems impossible, you gotta do what you'll be okay, have faith. We'll figure everything out somehow. Everything will be cool one day. Until then, baby, learn how to smile. Everything will be okay one day. We'll figure everything out somehow. Everything will be cool, just pray. But one day we learn how to smile. Now Daisy had a baby at the 8 looks. A living definition up, pretty messed up. 5'3" with a cup size C. Slim with smooth skin, yeah honey, a beauty queen. Wig, food stamps, or welfare. No one else cares when the world's on your shoulders. Hands on a stroller, pushing a small child. No one else around, cause her mother's a junkie. Fury like a woman's scorn. But Earth's greatest beauty is a woman's strength. And ever since the day that baby was born, she been making a change. Become a role model, trying to keep it together. Every day working harder to make it a little better. And everything will be okay, have faith. We'll figure everything out somehow. Everything will be cool one day. To smile, everything will be okay one day. We'll figure everything out somehow. Everything will be cool, just pray. One day we learn how to smile. Now never be world peace till the world falls to pieces. Conflicted with demons, I need a personal Jesus. The weight on my shoulders never eases. The pressure never ceases, it just piles on top me from the ungodly. And save me before I go crazy. Sit back as I daydream, thinking back a few years. Picturing a sunny Sunday afternoon clear. The middle of the summer, beneath the bridge. Graffiti in the tunnel, just me and my misfits. A pack of losers, mass confusion. I grew up a school, the opposite of a winner. The runt of the litter, but the more everything will be okay, have faith. We'll figure everything out somehow. Everything will be cool one day. Until then, baby, learn how to smile. Everything will be okay one day. We'll figure everything out somehow. One day we learn how to smile. So, this next song is My Little Darling. From the moment I saw you, I wanted you, and knew I'd do what I gotta do to get through to you. I ain't never seen a sight nearly so beautiful. Yeah, and I saw 'em now through time and patience. A bond has awakened, and you'll see I ain't playing the lame games, miss. The unity between you and me be sacred, driven by a force more pure than lust. Honey, don't be thinking that all I want is your touch. I want your mind faithful, cause honey, true love lasts forever. And a king need a queen that's down for whatever. That's you and I together, for worse or for better. No matter what the weather, more so than you'll ever know, yeah. Me better, cause you're my little darling. And I love you always when them stars start falling. Ain't no fear in our fate, I said, my little baby Lord. My little darling, you can have it all. The earth, sun, the moon, and the stars. I'm on it, baby doll. I'm too stable to fall. I keep my faith in God, and through it all, I swear it's whatever you finna master my plan. On top of the mountain I stand as I declare, you can have it all, my dear. You can have it all. I swear, love and war and all's fair. And in the end, when we win, baby, I'll be there. I will be your king. We can live that lavish life in the castle. Just know one thing, I'll do whatever you ask, boo. I'm your little lover boy, Valentino. You're my pride and joy, sweet mamacita. So kiss me in a warm embrace, because all I got is I love you always when them stars start falling. Ain't no fear in our fate, I said, my little baby Lord. I keep you safe, my little darling, my little darling. This last song, this is called Punk's Not Dead, You Are. All three of these songs are off of my upcoming album, A Wonderful Day in the Neighborhood, which will be here on June 13th, available on all streaming sites. My name is Dylan. Check 1, 2, Dylan Lee on a scene, getting technical beneath the Texas moon. Just a country boy, doing something that ain't never been done before. Stirring up trouble since the day that punk was born. On a night so bright and wonderful. I love breaking hearts, baby, I'm taking charge and I'm done playing games. Kicking ass, taking names, going off the rails on a crazy train. So stay out my way or I'ma break your face. Like, don't die, don't give in. Don't die, don't die, don't give in. Follow the leader. Well, hear the sound of the scoundrel, scallywags, get the ammo, top-notch artillery. The father, it's Dylan Lee, the foulest of villain MCs, and I'm killing the music scene. This is the eulogy. Yo, punk ain't dead, it's y'all that ain't living. You just do as you're told. Enslaved by the system, looking to spark a revolution in punk rap homes. I'm on a mission, illegitimate son of hip-hop and punk rock. This is a movement, get with it or buzz off. Like, don't die, don't give in. Don't die, don't give in. Don't die, don't give in. And no sweat the technique. Punk ain't dead, it's just you. Punk ain't dead, it's just you. Punk ain't dead, it's just you.
Follow your dreams, and they say, do what you want. Follow your dreams, and they say.
A great day. Thanks so much for watching The Other Side. My guest today has been very active at the open mics in the Denton area and playing a lot of music, interacting with people, and I'm glad to have Gordon Bishop here today.
That's good to see you.
Appreciate you being here.
Yeah.
Jordan, I meant to say, so
Yeah.
sorry.
Yeah.
Around the Denton area?
It's been, I think I moved here 2002.
Oh, really? Yeah.
So, what's that, 17 years?
Yeah.
2019, yeah.
Yeah, you were telling me the other night, I remember something about that. But when did you first start playing guitar?
I think I was about 13 when I started taking it seriously.
Yeah.
You know, my dad had a little guitar around and I used to mess around with it, but 13 I picked it up and never put it down.
What kind of music were you?
Stuff my dad, you know, brainwashed me with, you know, Led Zeppelin, Pink Floyd, and Eric Clapton was a big one. And he's probably my biggest inspiration.
That style of
Dream, and then, you know, his solo stuff.
Derek and the Dominoes.
Derek and the Dominoes, and
do you do some of those songs sometimes at some of the shows?
Yep, I'm known to do Layla almost every time I play.
Yeah.
But people keep asking for it, so.
Well, the Killers open mic, that's always a lot of fun.
Yeah, it's always a blast over there.
Caleb, and it's such a variety of talent that comes in there.
Yeah, there really is, and you know, no two artists that go up and play.
What kind of guitars have you been playing here lately?
I have a Taylor acoustic guitar. I can't remember the model. Then I have a Guild.
Really? Yeah.
And I love that thing. That guitar's amazing.
You've been bringing it to the open mic sometimes, yeah.
And then electric, I have a 2019 Gibson Les Paul Jr.
Oh, do you?
Yeah, the double. It's an anniversary edition they came out with or something.
And you've worked on Led Zeppelin over the years.
Yeah, that's probably my favorite band of all time, you know, when it comes to bands. But
Did you like Billy Gibbons pretty much?
oh, I think he's a extremely underrated guitar player.
Yeah, a lot of people think he can't play much, but I always thought he could.
Yeah,
you know?
I mean, you watch live videos, you can, you know, put out an 8-minute solo, and you know, I think he's really underrated.
And he gets a really good tone somehow.
Yeah, he really does. I can't remember what he plays, like the guitar. I don't remember the brand.
I'm not sure either. Telecaster, maybe?
I think he does a Tele, and then he has another. Yeah, he's known for the Les Paul, but he also, on a lot of recordings, he played a Telecaster.
Did he?
Yeah. Yeah. Actually, I think they just released you know, that guitar.
Oh,
as
did
a,
they?
You know, a replica that people can buy.
Oh, that's
that
good.
Telecaster.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And Hendrix, most of his major work, he was on a Strat.
Yeah, he played a Strat a lot.
But I think he had played other guitar.
I think he played Telecaster. No, he played a lot of the Flying V's or.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, those V guitars. I don't. But yeah.
They have a pretty hot tone, I guess.
I'm not sure. I really don't know.
I've watched a few of their videos. I just can't remember.
It's another great band there.
Yeah, good songwriting. You write songs too.
Yeah, mostly. You know, to play, I've got about 3 of them, and it all boils down to I really feel what I write, and I try to learn covers, and I don't feel it the same way as
You don't feel
songs that I
comfortable
write.
with the lyrics.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that and mindset that they were at, and you know, sell it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
How many original songs do you have at this point?
Oh, in total, probably.
Well, that you're playing now.
Oh, that I'm playing now? I'd say there's about 10 that I actually play now.
That's great.
And,
that's a good
you know,
variety.
There's countless others that
Really?
haven't been played yet or aren't finished. But
So you really do write quite a few songs.
yeah.
Do songs come to you, or?
Yeah, that's pretty much the main way it comes to me is I'll just be driving and I'll say a line in my head or say it out loud, and I'll just keep going over that line, you know, and sometimes I'll get out my phone and do the voice recording.
Yeah, record it.
Yeah, just so I remember it, and 8 times out of 10 I totally forget about the recording and it's just lost. But
oh, really? It's hard to keep up with those recordings in those phones.
but you know, if I ever want to go back there, so that's a nice thing about technology now is you've got all this stuff in your pocket and you can record songs, you can write something down, you can do anything on a phone now.
Yeah. Almost too much. Technology that you're forced to add another app and all this.
Yeah, that's the truth. That's the truth. But yeah.
James Dolly's been doing his open mics.
Oh yeah, he had them at Denton County Brewing Company. Then he moved it over to Dusty's, and I go to that one almost every week. That's a good one.
And that's just straight originals, isn't it?
Yep.
No covers.
No
are done.
covers.
Can be done. Yeah.
And that's nice too. Well, not really in the Denton area, but when you get outside of Denton, like Louisville and Dallas and stuff, they're really big on playing covers that everyone wants to hear.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. But that's what I love about Denton is the majority of people.
Yeah, originals are acceptable.
And that's really nice. And
oh yeah. When did you first start doing the open mics?
Late January is when I started doing them. I think I did maybe 3 in the 3 years before that.
Really?
Yeah, but late January I started going
to Caleb Coonrod's at Killer's Tacos, and he was because I followed his band Remain for a while, and I got to know him.
Yeah.
And then, you know, I ran into James Dolly at Killers, and he was like, "Hey, I got one," and just kind of snowballed from there. And now open mics.
You go to Louisville and Fort Worth.
I haven't gotten out to Fort Worth yet, but Louisville is a big one. I go there 3 times a week because they've got 3, and then looking to go out to Dallas, go to a few of those ones.
Are you going to record some CDs pretty soon?
Yep. Either late this month or next month. I'm going in with a good buddy of mine. He hosts an open mic on Sundays and Tuesdays. Take me into his friend's studio, and we're gonna start recording a single and hopefully an EP or an album.
That's great.
Soon after that. So that'll be a lot of fun. I'm really looking forward to it. I know the first song, my single, is a newer one that I wrote. It's about 2 weeks old now. It's called Whiskey, Pills, and Cigarettes.
Really?
Yeah, and 15 minutes.
Yeah.
And just so happens the Denton Songwriters Guild topic last month was "Good to See You Again."
Oh, really?
And I just so happened to be able to fit that line in the song.
Yeah.
Prompt, but it worked out really well. And I look at it as a musician's kind of song because I wrote about it because a lot of musicians are kind of depressed, play music for therapy, you know, myself included. That's why I started playing music and playing live and stuff. It's therapy, it's fun, you meet a lot of cool people.
Yeah, you have a social group that you're accepted in,
Yeah, and you know, it just kind of pinpoints some struggles that musicians go through for the most part, and just kind of puts it out there, you know.
And it took like a job change for you to have more time to do this.
Yeah. Yeah, for a smaller company, and I get some better times to work on stuff and actually get to play because I was on the night shift for a long time.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, and so the weekends and, you know.
They usually don't have the open mics.
Yeah, they don't have the open mics, and it's hard to just get into playing on a Friday or Saturday without any experience under your belt.
Yeah, without having a full band maybe even, you know.
Yeah, or some kind of fall
around the place, yeah.
Yeah, meeting a lot of people and, you know, getting to know.
So you're
people.
tightening these songs up as you perform them at the open mics, and then you'll go ahead and, do some recording.
Yeah.
That's great.
Yeah. Everything's kind of starting to, you know, snowball off of each other and just keep going. It's a lot of fun.
It's good that you've hung in there, you know, and just kept being interested in it and planning to do it, you know. And
you know, I've had those nights where I'm never doing this again, and I already had that bug in me, and so the next night I'm like, nah, I'll go, you know, and hang out and do a lot better than the night before, you know.
A lot of times it is just about the mood to give you the power to present a scene.
Yeah. Yeah. But
certain audience dynamics and things like
you
that.
know, because you could play for one person, the guy doing sound. Done that a few times, and you know,
intimidating. The smaller the crowd is, just you feel like.
Yeah, but I found a way around that. With playing for one person is I could try out new songs that I haven't played, and
they don't mind at all.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, I appreciate you coming down to play some music for us, and y'all stay tuned and keep watching the show, and hope you have a great day. Thanks so much.
All right, I'm ready. All right. I'm Niels Jordan Bishop, and this song's called Whiskey Pills. sorrow for cheap cigarettes. Where I need to get the smoky lights of a dim bar catch me at night. I walk right in and sit down and drink, and the pills fog my mind, forgetting what I want to forget until the morning time. I stand out on the crossroad, a little light, the whiskey, pills, and cigarettes, a broken heart, and a washed up life. Stumbling down the road to meet my, when a stranger walks on me, pulls a gun in my direction, I smile and laugh and say that I'm worse off than him. But then he pulled the trigger and the lights go my recollection. The whiskey numbs the pain. I wanna forget until the morning time. I stand out on the crossroads, might shed a little light. The whiskey, pills, and cigarettes. Well, the light goes out and I let out a sigh. Another wrong path, taking another day. Well, the light that I'd hope would find me would do me in. As everyone that surrounds me says it's good to see you again. The whiskey numbs the pain and the pills fog my eyes, forgetting what I want to forget until the morning time. I stand out on the crossroads, the whiskey, pills, and cigarettes, a broken heart, and a washed up life. The whiskey, pills, and cigarettes, a broken heart, and a washed up. This is a song I have that I still play. Well, longest I've had it, about 6 years. And it's called Lying and Dying. I've been lying, I've been dying, I've been gone for way too long. I've been trying to survive it, I have fallen way too far. I've been drinking, I've been sinking, how do I find my feet? Falling from the top, climbing back and further. Oh, that's the punch that I can't truth, that I can't shake. That's the answer that you see. That's the power that you take. Bring that power down the line of your mind. That's the stuff that can be won. That's the punch that makes you dumb. I've been drinking, I've been sinking, I've been gone alone. I've been around this town for way too long. Walking around every night, just sipping on my bottle of Crown. That's the punch, that's the truth that I can't shake. That's the answer that you see. That's the power that you take. Bring that power down, speaks your mind. That's the stuff that can be won. That's the punch that makes you I've been lying, I've been dying, I've been falling, I've been crawling, I've been fighting, I've been lying, I've been falling, I've been crawling, I've been dealing, I've been stealing, I've been lying, I've been dying, I've been drinking, I've been sinking. That's the Ponte, that's the truth that I can't shake. That's the answer that you see. That's the power in you take. Bring that power on, speaks your mind. That's the stuff that can't be wrong. That's the punch that makes you dumb. All right. It's called Lying and Dying. This one's brand new. It's called Room 331. Just by happenstance, we met, we fell, and then we danced. And the stars that seemed to shine started to dim when we said goodbye. Well, things weren't always right. We'd laugh, we'd kiss, and then we'd fight. But every time that our stars would align, spent all night talking and howling at the moon. We spent all night talking and howling at the moon. We spent all howling at the moon. We spent all night talking and talking and howling at the moon. Well, the remember me said I do. Well, the rain held back just for me and you. With your pretty green eyes and your dark hair blowing in the wind. Well, surely made this grown man cry. From the night that we stayed in room 331 to the one bride and groom, we spent all night talking and howling at the moon. We spent all night talking and howling at the moon. We spent all night at the moon. We spent all night talking and howling at the moon. That was room 331. There's another brand new one. It's called, what's it called? The Phoenix. In my soul, oh, it's burning down deep in my bones. That fire has engulfed my eyes. Oh, it sparked in my mind. Try to hold back all this rage and be tamed. Burning down these streets tonight. That fire is lighting up the night sky. That fire from deep within that I'm trapped in, shedding skin oh like a snake. That fire oh in my soul to take.
That fire has been unleashed now deep within, tearing down the walls that I'm trapped in. Try to hold back all that rage, oh, but the fire can't be tamed. Tearing down these streets tonight, those flames are lighting up the night sky. That fire from deep within, tearing down the walls that I'm trapped in, shedding skin, oh, like a fire hole in my soul to take. Don't try to pull any of your tricks. I've come back, Phoenix. Burning down these streets tonight, that fire has unleashed my eyes. I find myself all alone, tearing down the walls that you on these streets tonight. Try to hold back all that rage. Well, here we go again, oh, one more time, in the middle of the night. My name is Nils Jordan Bishop, and you can find me on social media.
And they tell me, follow your dreams. And they say, and money will come. And they tell me, follow your dreams.
Hi, I'm Mike Miller with The Other Side. Thanks so much for checking out these shows. My guest today is Gracie Gonzalez. I appreciate you being here.
Hey, how's it going?
Pretty good. So how's this year been for you so far?
Well, this year's been full of recovery. Show the cameras my boot. I went to Thailand and I got necrotizing fasciitis, and if you don't know what that is, it's basically a flesh-eating bacteria.
Really?
Terms as gangrene.
Oh.
Yes, yeah, and that was quite an experience.
Why did you
But,
go over there in the first place, though?
I was working for someone doing a conference.
Oh,
Yeah, it was pretty cool.
Yeah.
For 3 days before that happened, though, and so I got to explore Chiang Mai, which was really cool.
And then did you have to come back over here as soon as you got sick?
So as soon as I got sick, I tried to go to the hospital in Thailand, and they sent me back with infection of the soft tissue, and not nearly as serious, obviously.
Yeah.
So, yeah, they're doing that. But I was in the hotel room for 4 days, and it wasn't super cool.
I guess not.
Yeah.
When you're sick like that.
No, man, no. But I got on my fog enough to be like, I'm leaving. So I tried to do that. They stopped me in Hong Kong where you can't actually go on a 13-hour airplane ride with your foot ballooned like that. It looked really bad, and it felt really bad. It was pretty bad.
Yeah.
And I was feverish and vomiting. So they were like, you got to go to the hospital. So I spent 9 days in a hospital, and boy, I'll tell you what.
They saved you, though. That's good.
Yeah, no, I am really appreciative of them now.
Yeah.
I wasn't at first because I just wanted to go home, obviously. Yeah. Like selfish, just wanting to go home.
I would have too, yeah.
Yeah. Thank you. You know.
Yeah. But when did you first, are you from Denton or?
No, I'm from Dallas.
Dallas.
Yeah, D-town.
When did you move up to Denton?
I moved to Denton in 2000.
Hi, I'm Mike Miller. Hope you're having a great day. Thanks so much for checking out The Other Side. Today I have the band Bluegrass Fire, and glad to have been playing at a lot of places, and I appreciate y'all coming down today.
Hey,
You're-
thanks for having us.
Rachel Yates, you formed the band, and you've been playing around town a number of years. You were an English professor at UNT?
That's right, up until last spring.
Yeah.
I retired early a little more.
And you had written your first song a long time ago?
Right, I've been a songwriter a long time in my life.
Yeah.
But most recently, I've gotten to where I'm writing a lot more songs and being much more intentional about it.
Yeah. How did y'all meet?
I'm best friends with one of her daughters.
Oh, really? Yeah.
And
yeah.
so I just kind of knew the family, and it just kind of slid right in.
And I'm so sorry, you're Becca Maxwell.
Yes, my name is Becca Maxwell.
And you're Annie McEwen.
Yes, sir.
Okay, all right, okay.
Yeah, and I found she was leading one of their meetings, and
Oh,
so I was
really?
kind of Facebook stalking her to see who she was. And,
Yeah.
I saw that she had a call out for a guitarist and vocalist, so
Yeah.
I connected with her on Facebook.
So have you guys been going to those Denton songwriter meetings?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Guild is an excellent organization and for Denton to have, and Matt Grigsby runs a lot of it, but he doesn't do it by himself.
Yeah.
But it's a really good source for songwriters and for the art community in general, I would say.
Have y'all put songs together just for that? For those, like they give the theme?
Those themes.
Yeah.
We'll do one of those today, actually.
Well, that's cool. And you guys are going to do a jingle?
We do. I have a jingle.
Jingle about Denton, Texas.
We're going to jingle you guys.
So you
right.
started playing bass when you were pretty young?
Oh yes, I was barely classical for a long time, but
Prior to that?
But I sort of just snuck my way into the bluegrass scene, just because it seemed fun.
Yeah, the camaraderie and all that.
Definitely.
Like you went to a instrument petting.
The official name of the this place where I found the bass.
Yeah. I had never heard of that actually, but that's pretty good.
It was very cute.
Yeah. So they have one at our Denton Community Market, by the way, that Tanya Bloom runs, and she's going to come by and just play with.
Oh, okay.
So that's what an instrument petting zoo is.
Yeah, yeah, that's a good idea.
It is.
I never liked where you go to those places, you know, and the goats butt into you and all this stuff.
Yeah.
From behind, they sneak up on you.
A peep.
So you've been playing music quite a while too, I guess?
About 8 years, actually.
8 years?
Not that long. I had a guitar for about 10 years, just sitting there waiting to learn. My mother gave it to me, and finally I picked it up. So.
Yeah, it made you feel guilty. What kind of music did you start studying initially?
I really just learned off of YouTube. Playing,
Really?
I think a Green Day song was the first song I played. Played it for like 4 months until I learned, G, C, and D.
Yeah, I always liked them.
And then I could
Yeah.
just kind of went from there.
What kind of guitar do you play right now?
I play a 12-string Ibanez.
Oh, really?
Mhm.
Yeah. And what kind of bass do you have?
It's just a 4-string bass. It has.
I didn't know if it's a certain brand.
I mean, it's just in between, I suppose.
Well, it has a name.
Yes, my bassist name is Basho. He named after the Japanese haiku poet.
Oh, really?
Yes.
It's secretly the world's largest violin.
Yeah.
I wonder if haikus can be put to music.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Probably.
Yeah.
Okay, that's our next project.
Haikus.
Haiku music.
I remember going through a phase trying to write haikus, and I don't even remember the format now.
Yeah, so much of that in English class.
That's one of the things that you
Yeah.
taught. And you taught composition and writing, more or less?
Right, literature and writing courses.
Yeah. What kind of literature?
Well, world literature
World.
often, which is where we studied haiku,
Oh,
but
yeah.
also American literature. Love it.
Yeah. A lot of poets were musicians also, like Carl Sandburg, I think, used to play around.
That's true.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't remember who else, but...
Well, and that's how I got into songwriting, because I started writing poetry, so that made sense.
Yeah.
So it informs your songwriting style, I guess.
Yeah.
Your reserves for what you can write. It's really good to read poetry just for inspiration.
Yeah, it is, yeah, and for vocabulary. They always have some words that you don't know.
Oh, definitely.
Yeah, especially if you read Ezra Pound or
Oh, yeah.
T.S. Eliot or
Yeah.
something.
That's right. Denise Levertov. You just got to have a big dictionary ready. Or your phone, but I like the dictionary better.
Yeah. So you guys have been doing something up there at Pilot Point?
Well,
So-
Pilot Point has a songwriting festival, which only lets you come in as a solo songwriter.
Oh.
So I'm going to do that this year,
Yeah.
which is really cool. That's in Pilot Point. It's coming up in 2 weeks. We've been going down to Paluxy River. We got a gig down there April 20th. Paluxy River Bluegrass Association is south of here in Glen Rose.
Oh, really?
They're a really good bluegrass club.
How many people are in that?
Well, I would say 200 or 300 maybe.
Yeah.
So I don't know for sure.
That's great, though.
But they're really neat. They have a great setup, a really great stage and sound system, and the folks are all really friendly.
That's cool. And then the Southwest Bluegrass Club, what is that?
That's more local. So I'm trying to connect with more of these clubs in the area.
Yeah, that's a good
there are
idea.
more of them here than I knew. So I'm just discovering them and joining them as I find them.
Yeah, and then like the Amarillo, y'all have been going over there to play and...
Right, we go over there Thursday nights. We like to play there, and we played there at Armadillo Ale Works when they had the Denton Songwriters Guild fundraiser.
Oh, yeah.
So that was really fun.
Yeah, I saw that on Facebook.
It was really fun.
It was the three of y'all who played as a group there, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
You said you knew Rachel for a long time, and you knew her daughter, yeah. Okay, you told me, yeah. I want to
Right.
ask that question.
But we've worked together now for about 6 or 7 months.
Yeah.
And we really are comfortable with each other. So I'm just really happy that they're working with me and willing to keep working with me a little.
And on the square, y'all do that on Saturday, that get together that they have.
Yeah, the acoustic jam on the square on Saturday mornings from 10 a.m. to noon. I try to go there as often as.
And anybody's welcome, though, to show up there.
Yeah, everybody's welcome to come to that. So
Yeah.
I'll just show up there on my own when I can.
Mm-hmm. It's part of Denton's culture, I think.
Yeah, it's very valuable, I think.
Yeah.
It's a place where I actually got my start. I started there because they were so welcoming and they let you play. They didn't make you play if you didn't want to.
Yeah.
And so as you were ready to learn, you could ask questions and other people would just like tell you how to play the song.
Yeah.
And let you try it. And they were all very supportive.
Yeah, that's
I
great.
really-
Maybe someday there'll be hundreds of people that show up for that.
Well, we'd have to break it up into smaller jams if we're going to do that.
And they
It'd
sometimes
take a long
do, don't
time
they?
for that circle to get around to you if there's 100 people in there.
Yeah.
So we take turns in circles, so one person will sing a song or choose a song, they'll pass it to the next person, and they call a song and they play it.
Yeah.
So there's a little bit of a rule for how it works, but it's really minimal.
Yeah. Well, I really appreciate y'all coming down today, and I hope y'all have success with y'all's group in the future, and I'm going to get out of the way tuned to check out some great bluegrass. Thank you for watching.
Well, here's a jingle for Denton. Ready? Denton, Texas, where all you love the best is. Denton, Texas, short time, long time, there never is a wrong time. When you're in Denton, you're in good company. So that's my jingle, and we are Bluegrass Fire. My name is Rachel Yates. This is Best Songs Today. I've written all of them myself. And invite you to go to www.rachelyates.com if you'd like to see more, or go to Bluegrass Fire on Facebook. Ready? Look up from the... Sorrow waker in your bones, blood is dry. It held the breath of the hope you had when you left in faith. When you love, wake up in an open grave. Go with that Well, that song I wrote, this next one I wrote also is called Too Close the Call. That one was about a near-death experience. Grass is perfect for that stuff. This next song is called Bones from the Dust of Eden's Floor. Got to carry my soul, carry my soul to heaven's door, carry my soul to heaven's door. Your bones from the dust of Eden's we really enjoy getting to be part of the Denton music community, and we send all our love to all of the people in the Denton music community. We'd like to do another song for you. Actually, this is one that was written Writers Guild. So any of you songwriters out there, you look us up on Facebook and see if you can come out to one of the meetings. This one's called Why Don't You Know?
1 second.
This is a song that the prompt was actually Don't You Know?
I suffered thorns to come into me. My heart and my mind, their refuge could be. Because a flower I could touch and see. I gave your thorns their liberty. If you knew I loved you, what wouldn't you do? If you don't know I love you, why don't you know? I thought that love was a calling divine. I tried to break into your heart without you breaking mine. But the thorns are a shrine. Flowers bloom, eyes are blind. If you knew I loved you, wouldn't you do? If you don't know I love you, why don't you know? People walk by and they admire. Love blossom, but they do. And thorns push flowers higher and higher. Each blossom is a beautiful liar. And you do. If you don't know I love you, why don't you know?
Yeah. That's a pretty good question, don't you think? Good. So the next song we're going to do is a song that I actually did not write, but it's a song that I love. It's American music. It's Wayfaring Stranger. We like for Annie to take a lead on this one.
All right.
Wayfaring stranger, travel this world alone. There is no sickness for nor
wonderful song. All right, so I'd like to do another song for you guys. This one's called Do No Harm. We got some characters in this song. We got the angel and we got the devil. And we have the pilgrim, I guess. So I hope you enjoy it. So I don't know if you can. Becca's going to be the devil. Annie's going to be the angel. All right, do no harm. All right, I think that's it.
And they tell me, and they say, do what you want, and money will come. Follow your dreams, and they say.
Hi there, I'm Mike Miller with The Other Side. Hope you're having a great day. Thanks so much for watching my guest being here.
Thanks for having us.
Thank you.
So you guys been working together for a couple of years now, playing shows around here and stuff?
Yeah, about 5 years we've been a band.
Yeah.
You know, members in and out, stuff like that.
Yeah.
So.
I'm the newest. I've been around about
almost
18 months. Yeah, yeah. Are all of y'all from Denton originally, or?
No, I'm from New Mexico actually.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
How long have you been in Denton?
God, maybe about 5 years. Yeah.
Yeah.
Kind of moved up here just to join the band. Yeah,
Yeah.
it's pretty good.
And you've been here. You grew up in Plano?
Yeah, I grew up in Plano, and then I moved here for school back in 2012. And
Yeah.
then, so I went through school here, graduated, kind of became a musician here in Denton. So
Yeah. And what did you graduate?
nutrition and business and industry. So I was a food science major.
Yeah, that's pretty cool. Are you working in that field these days, or?
Yeah, I'm actually working for 7-Eleven. I'm a product developer for them.
Oh, that's good.
It's pretty fun. Pretty cool job.
They're a big company. That's
And the headquarters is in Irving.
Irving. Yeah.
Yep.
And are you from Denton?
No. I no.
Oh, really? Yeah.
Left there when I was 18. I'm not going to tell what year that was. And went out to California for about 20 years.
Really?
And then made it to Texas and landed in Watauga, which is 30 miles or so away. Ultimately ended up in Denton about 6 years ago.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. Do you have a day gig that you do, or?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, music doesn't pay my bills. Yeah, that's for sure. Yeah, I work for a pharmaceutical company, actually.
Do you? Well, that's good. Cool.
He gives them to us to test.
And then I give them to them to test.
Yeah, there are a lot of people you could pass
Oh,
stuff
yeah,
out to in Denton.
I got a lot of friends, and, I'll probably get a lot of friend requests out of this gig now that I announced that to everybody.
You can't tell Casey has a third ear on him.
So, did you guys play at the any open mics last night?
No, not at all. Actually, we haven't played a show in a while. We do have a bunch coming up though. So.
Yeah, and you guys are playing at the Jazz Fest this year?
We sure are.
Yes, 9:30 on the festival stage on Saturday.
30 p.m.
Yeah, we'll be the very last band playing at the festival. So
That's
we'll
a
be
good
closing
slot.
out the night.
Yeah.
Closing out the night, yeah.
And it's going to be a super special show to us, too, because our singer, Josh, is getting married and moving to London. So that's probably going to be, for Copper Root as we know it today.
Yeah.
And we're great friends, and we love playing together, and we'll be doing something.
Oh, yeah.
It'll just look a little different.
Is he marrying someone who lives over there? Is that why he's moving?
Yep.
Yeah.
I think he got her by mail. I'm not sure. Didn't he?
Fake, honestly.
I've met her. Y'all just haven't.
I doubt it. He's always calling her the insurance company.
Yeah, exactly.
Actually, they just got married already.
Oh.
So she's really sweet, and so it's not easy for us to say bye to him, but it's a little easier knowing how happy he is and like what a fantastic life he's going to go over there for. Lose him though, he's kind of the heart and soul of Copper Root. So
He helped put the band together more or less.
Yeah.
and
Oh, yeah.
Pulled y'all together,
definitely. He kind of gave us our sound, that folksy, old red dirt kind of
Yeah.
sound is from him, and he's got his songwriting has kind of like helped us in our songwriting for the band. So yeah.
Have y'all had a chance to record much?
Yeah, actually, when we were on the side, we made another album.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it's called Nuns and Sums. It's a little shorter than the last one. It only has, 6 songs?
Yeah, 5 or 6.
Yeah.
That's still a lot of work.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, we actually had the chance to go to a really nice studio and wanted it to be, so.
Which studio did y'all use?
What was it called?
Was it The Break?
We went to Breed, which
Yeah.
is a studio in Deep Ellum,
Oh.
and our producer working on it was Tristan Albers, and he was interning at the studio and brought it up to me. Hey, I have the studio for the summer. Does your band want to do any recording? So
Great.
it was really cool for us to go in and have this state-of-the-art recording studio to go into, all state-of-the-art equipment. It was a lot of fun.
I bet.
Yeah.
No, I think Josh definitely made the biggest reaction out of all that. Yeah. He was ecstatic.
Yeah.
It was great.
And you, Stephanie, put out a solo album.
Yeah, I have two.
Two.
Who I worked with Jason Champion, and just songwriting stuff put out, and had him and a couple musicians, Chris Wilder on bass for me, and you know, was able to put together a pretty nice list of other just random musicians to come in and help with different parts.
Oh, that's good.
I think that's a really nice thing about Denton is that the musician community is just always, you know, apt to help and
sing and play the songs first, and then they started adding other parts on top of it, or
just kind of go in, record some scratch tracks, and then from there the rest of the instruments were recorded, drums, bass, and then I'd go back in and because typically when we were doing our scratch tracks, we were recording 9 to 11 songs that night
in one session.
But towards the end, probably not my best like vocal job when you're recording songs like 2-3 times each.
But just to get it kind of set up the way.
The same thing with our album. Actually, I think didn't we start recording them at Josh's house?
We did, yeah.
Yeah, and so we recorded scratch tracks at Josh's house, and he has a nice little recording setup, recording like area setup. It's really good quality, like microphones. And so we recorded our scratch tracks at his house so that it would save us time in the studio, because we only had we had a day and a half to record our 5-6 song album.
Oh yeah.
With 5 members, you know, recording their parts. So
Yeah.
we recorded our
I mean, we got through. It took us a day to get through one song.
Oh my gosh.
So
we highly underestimated how long it was gonna take. I mean, we were like, oh, we know these songs, we've been playing them, we can go in and.
I mean, it's weird when everybody's playing in isolation from each other.
Yeah.
To still feel the groove and all that, and the metronome in and of itself was a little weird. You know, I mean, I've played with metronome for years, but it was just weird coming through the mix, and you know, and we have our is awesome cajon player, and you know, figuring out how to get the best sound out of the cajon in a recording environment isn't easy.
I'm sure. Yeah.
So we ended up wrapping up a lot of the songs at Josh's afterwards. In post production, which was good time with it. Whereas in the studio, you know, we only had a day and a half.
Yeah.
I think ultimately rushed some things we wouldn't have had to if we did it somewhere.
Yeah, because it's costing money by the hour and stuff like that.
Exactly.
Yeah. So Kendall, do you play in various other groups as well, or?
I'm trying to develop a personal project right now that you know, I've been working on for a while, but I like playing with these guys. I mean, we you know, we gig enough to keep me happy anyways, and it's Denton, man. In Denton than anywhere else. I don't care if it's Dallas or whatever. I'd rather play here as opposed to anything. I mean, it's a good supportive community. You know, it's just a cool town.
And it's growing so much now.
Yeah.
I think there will be places where they want live musicians, you know.
It's definitely music friendly. I remember when I first moved here, I went to Fuzzy's for lunch, and there was a little singer-songwriter set up in there.
Yeah.
You know, and that's not something you see out in the suburbs and stuff like that.
That's true. Yeah.
It's so it's just times, and it's always a good reaction. People are super supportive.
Y'all busk on the square sometimes.
Yeah, it's kind of our home.
Yeah, we haven't done it in a while, though. We really need to get back
like
to
in front of LSA.
No, we usually do the mini mall.
So when it closed, we lost our spot, which was kind of like our home where we really liked playing.
Felt comfortable there.
And we got a big footprint as a band too. You know, you figure.
Yeah, we can take up a lot of space.
We take up a lot of space, so we can't just hop in stores of the mini mall, the little cubby right there. Where we wanna be. So, we're super excited. We got LSA on the
coming up
13th.
here.
Yep, 13th to the.
Yeah, we actually go and we had built it up in our heads. We were so excited to play there, because to me, LSA is one of like the most amazing places to play in the square, because you got the beautiful background, court,
and the whole square can hear you too.
Yeah, they can hear you over in the courthouse.
I had a gig schedule with City Folk, who is a band that we love playing with. They're kind of like our, you know, twin band, because they play really good folk music too.
Yeah.
and they played, and then right after they played, we were what, a song or two in, and it started being.
Yeah.
So we had to run off, and we were able to get booked back there and kind of have a redo with City Folk. So we're playing with them again on the 13th, and we're really excited to play there because we love LSA.
Maybe we to book shows on, rainy days.
Yeah.
We get to play there twice. It's great.
Exactly.
Pay double. It's fantastic.
I would have kept playing if they would have let us. I mean, it was super good sound.
We looked awesome too.
Super good back, and it blew in fast. And
it does sometimes. Yeah.
We're just trying to keep all our equipment dry. It was really raining a lot, so. And then we're also playing the Denton Community Market next Saturday for opening day. Playing the community market because it's like the essence of Denton. During the day, everyone goes there, and so I'm playing there.
Do you guys ever jam with those people on the square on Saturday morning?
We've talked about it several times. And
Isn't that Bluegrass Fire?
No, but it's like a whole.
I mean, I don't meet a lot of mandolin players around here, so I feel like I would fit in pretty well. But,
anybody would fit in. That's what's so cool about it is different people. I mean, just go and usually play old folk songs and stuff.
Yeah.
Me too.
And
I've heard
a lot of those people know a
gospel
lot of
down there.
gospel songs.
Of course.
But it's part of Denton's culture, I guess. But there's so many aspects to Denton's culture these days. But LSA was such a that's great that they built something like that. And Board and Barley, have y'all played there?
They do some singer-songwriter stuff, like solo. So.
Yeah, we can't really fit into a lot of those gigs.
Like Richard Gilbert played there. He's just one person with a guitar.
Right. Yeah. I know a lot like singer-songwriters. As far as a band, I don't know where they would set them up, but yeah, we do take up a lot of space.
So you guys hope to stay together, I guess, the next few years and keep doing what you're doing, and.
Yeah, it'll probably be a different. We'll probably try to.
I think we're gonna probably take some time to kind of figure out what direction we want to go without Josh, since he did a lot of the songwriting. Casey and I have written a couple, but it's gonna be a very different sound too without his really low register. So just kind of gonna have to figure out where we want to go from here, and I think that we've already put so much time and we already play so well together.
Yeah.
So.
Feel and things like that.
Right. So.
It's going to be rough when he leaves.
Yeah, it is.
Well, I appreciate y'all coming down very much, and I look forward to hearing y'all play some music. And you guys stay tuned for Copper Root to play some music for you. And have a great day.
Hey, what's up, guys? We're Copper Root. I'm Stephanie.
I'm Casey.
And I'm Kendall.
This next song here is going to be called Because of You. It's on our newest album, Nuns and Sums. You can find it on Spotify, anywhere on the internet. So let's do it. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4.
Well, it's alright tonight. I'll know better next time because of you. And now you're gone, and you left everything behind. I'm sleeping on the floor because of you. Because of you. Yeah. Oh, you told me you loved me, and then you took it back. And as for me, well, I'm no fool, but I'll know better next time. Oh, because of well, it's not right. It's just another night alone. And I'll know better next time because of you. told me you loved me and then you took it back. And as for me, well, I'll know better next time. Oh, because of you. Because of you, you got me back. Oh, you told me you loved me and then you took it back. And as for me, better next time, I'll know better next time, I'll know better next time. Because of you.
Okay, I need to tune.
Wait up.
Kendall, hurry, people are waiting.
So this next song is a cover that we do. It's by a band called Honey Honey, and it's called Angel of Death. It's one of my favorite songs by them. Really pretty.
Maybe
Should we repeat that?
Yeah.
Just cut that part out.
Yeah, just repeat it.
Inside you.
chest. Don't let me whisper in your ears. It's best to keep on walking, lock the doors, minds the voice you never wanna hear. Minds the voice you never wanna hear. Okay, cool. Another one on the books. Sweet. Yeah, let me borrow this right quick. Sorry, I got something going on with my A.
I'm liking it.
The A is very gully worst right now.
Can you believe Josh really manscaped with a blowtorch? Did you hear about that?
He's just a simple man trying to make a living best
Yeah, I
he can.
guess so. Done some.
Listen, that man has done more for my manscaping than a lot of other people have. So take it once in a while,
That's
okay?
good, but I don't need another guy giving me manscaping advice.
You're not gonna get it from her, dude.
Yeah.
Come on, jeez.
A blowtorch, man. Isn't that weird?
Yeah, it works.
All right. Whatever, dude.
Short control burst. That's all I gotta say.
Alright. This next song is called Oyster, and Casey wrote it.
Sure did. So this one, it has a lot to do with, life and not nuclear stuff. Come on.
Sorry.
All lies, it's about shellfish.
Yeah. Okay, you guys ready?
Alright, yeah, let's go.
1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. No electricity burns inside my head. It's thoughts of keeping me in bed. I'll be a scientist, research paper writer, maybe an architect or an engineer. Fire, it'll get something better done. The world is my oyster, not worth the pearls. Oh, watch it closely, hold on lively, let go gracefully. When it's said and done, stuck in history. Specificity, problems compound, accenting the time. Better read through the words, the lines. I hope we're not blind by chance to see the world catching on fire. It'll get something better done. And what is this part of the earth? Oh, watch it closely, hold on lightly, let go. When it's said and done, we're all just stuck in history. right, guys, we're Copper Root. Thanks for.
And they tell me, follow your dreams. And they say, do what you want. And they tell me, follow your dreams. And they say,
Hi, I'm Mike Miller. Hope you're hanging out the other side that we're airing through Denton Community Television, shooting down here at UNT in the Mayborn Journalism Department. My guest today is a guy that has been working toward learning a repertoire of historical folk songs over the years, and I'm honored to have Edward Mack here.
Thank you, Mike.
We were just talking about your guitar a little bit. That's really nice. I like the looks of it, but it has a historical story associated with it.
Yeah, this guitar is a historical object. During the war, guitars, because they were considered not essential to the war effort.
Yeah.
So Gibson actually kind of under the covers made some guitars, and they had to scrounge materials because one of the first things they did is took it wasn't available for making guitars, so that's why this guitar has a mahogany top, which is not what this guitar is supposed to have.
Yeah.
And later on they took away the truss rods because there was, but I got an early one that still has a truss rod and still has the good tuners made out of heavy metal instead of thin stuff like the later ones were.
Yeah.
So
what year was
early
this actually made?
1943.
43. Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know you enjoy having that.
Yeah, I've had this since I was a teenager.
That's good.
I used to go down to a used instrument shop in downtown Cleveland, like almost every Saturday, and play every guitar they had.
Really?
But I can't afford it, you know, and rejected most of the guitars. Then I picked this one up and said, "Oh man,
that's what you were looking
That's the
for."
sound I was looking for." So I probably overpaid for it. I traded in another $50 in cash for this guitar.
Back then,
that was quite a bit for an old guitar at that time. But never been disappointed with it.
It really sounds good and looks good. So did you grow up in?
Yes, moved to Cleveland when I was 13 or 14 years old.
Oh, really?
And grew up there, yeah.
Is Cleveland close to the size of Dallas, or how Dallas was? I've never been up there.
Yeah, I
Major city, yeah. How far is that from New York?
Oh, you're asking tough questions
Oh.
here. I don't know.
A couple hours drive or something, or?
Yeah, I've never driven it, but yeah, it's on Lake Erie. It's in the middle.
Okay.
Yeah, and it's it's between New York and Chicago.
Yeah.
So.
That's always been a pretty heavily populated area, though, of the United States, hasn't it? The East Coast.
Right. Yeah.
State. The La Cave?
Yeah, when I was 19 and 20 years old, I played at a coffee house called La Cave in Cleveland. I went to an open mic there, and open mic, we're having trouble playing guitar and singing both at the same time.
Yeah.
And everybody was singing that same song, like whatever was on Bob Dylan's first album or something.
Yeah.
And I got up there and I sang songs that they never heard before, and I was at the same time. So they said, "You got to come in here on Saturday nights and open the show for us."
That's great.
So I started doing that, and I'd probably still be doing that, except that
I'd been to school for computer programming, and I couldn't going to be drafted any day now. Why would we bother to hire you? And I was anxious to get out of the house, so I volunteered and, you know, went into the Air Force.
Air Force. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Did you go overseas?
Yeah, I was stationed in. Yeah, beautiful country.
Were you on ships?
Never on ship.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
A lot of the aircraft are on ships, though, aren't they? And then they
and they're Navy aircraft.
That's,
so
yeah.
Yeah.
And then that was just the Vietnam War it created so much confusion in the country.
Yeah.
It seemed like, you know, that's.
Yeah, there was a lot of good anti-war songs came out.
Some of the Woodstock material.
Yeah, right. Yeah, I was over there right at the very beginning of it, the build-up, when we'd still thought, you know, it was just a few malcontents, you know, causing trouble, and, you know, if we just helped them a little bit, they'd be able to overcome it. And I went the whole gamut from highly suspicious of whether our government would choose the right side in any civil war to actually having a Vietnamese friend who was very adamantly anti-communist, who convinced me that it was a good thing to, you know, especially when I got back from there and started seeing news and seeing TV. Over there, it's, you know, you don't see much of the news. There's, you know, you're kind of isolated. But, and seeing, you know, then I became, you know, evolved.
Yeah, have collected a repertoire of songs, of anti-war songs written by various people.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And we have such turbulent times today, but it's over the history of mankind. It seems like, you know, always conflicts going on, differing viewpoints, and I don't know, growth and development, and society's going downhill in various ways. But
yeah, I could sing it. This will be a very old one.
Okay, be glad to hear that.
It sounds like a parody of When Johnny Comes Marching Home.
Yeah.
But it appears that it's older than that, so maybe Johnny Comes Marching Home is a parody of this song.
Oh, yeah.
We are guns and drums and drums and guns, hurroo, hurroo. We are guns and drums and drums and guns, hurroo. We are guns and drums and your drums and guns. The enemy nearly looks so bad, Johnny, I hardly knew you. Where are your legs that used to run, hurroo, hurroo? Where are your legs that used to run, hurroo? Where are your legs that used to run when first you went to carry a gun on, Johnny, I hardly knew you. You haven't an arm, you haven't a leg, hurroo, hurroo. You haven't an arm, you haven't a leg, hurroo. You haven't an arm, you haven't a leg, you're an eyeless, boneless, chickenless, Johnny, I hardly knew you. Where are your eyes that look so mild, hurroo, hurroo? Where are your eyes that look so mild, hurroo? Where are your eyes that look so mild when first you had me heart beguiled? Why did you skid down me, I hardly knew you. I'm happy for to see you home, hurroo, hurroo. I'm happy for to see you home, hurroo. Happy for to see you home up on the island of Ceylon, so low and flexible I hardly knew you. They're rolling out the guns again, hurroo, hurroo. They're rolling out the guns again, hurroo. They're rolling out the guns again, but they'll never take our sons again. Ah, Johnny, I'm swearing to you. Guess it's been a while. I flubbed a couple of chords there, but
that's okay.
You got the general idea.
Yeah. But yeah, I've heard that song since I was a kid, and it's really a catchy melody.
Yeah, it's good.
It just seemed like as Britain became powerful back a couple hundred years ago, you know, they were trying to take over the world, and it just resulted in so many, so many young guys getting killed and just a concert like that. But
oh, I got another song about a say draft resistor.
Okay.
Irishman that didn't want to join the King of England's army. Named Arthur McBride, did I took a stroll down by the seaside, seeking good fortune and what might betide, just as the day was a-dawning. Then after resting we both took a tramp with corporal tramp, besides the wee drummer who beat up our camp with his rowdy dow-dow in the morning. Says he, me young fellows, if you will enlist, a guinea you quickly shall have for to kick up the dust and drink the king's health in the morning. And we've been such fools as to take the advance, for a wee bit of money we'd have to run chance, for you've got the scruples to send us to France, where we would... Says he, me young fellows, if I hear one more word, it's instantly now I shall out with me sword, and into your bodies of strength would support. So now, me gay devils, take warning. In the, well, we took the odds, we gave them no chance for to launch out their swords, or whacking shillelaghs down over their heads. We paid them right smart in the morning. As for the out, we made a football of his rowdy dow-dow, and into the ocean to rock and to roll, and barring the day it's returning. As for the rapier that hung by his side, we flung it as far as we could in, says Arthur McBride, first while in our walk in the morning. It's called Arthur McBride.
Arthur McBride.
Yeah.
When was that song written?
It's got to be 19th century anyway. It's not a modern song.
Was it an Irish song?
Yeah, it's Irish.
And you do some Scottish material too?
Yes, I do. I think my first interest was in finding the oldest ballads I could find.
Oh, really? Yeah.
And a lot of them come from the Child's collection of English and Scottish popular ballads.
Really?
And so a lot of those are kind of in a Scots dialect. They're more,
like Robert Burns and
yeah.
He took Old Lang Syne was an older song during his lifetime, and he kind of rewrote it a little or something.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, I got there's probably goes back to the 16th century song called John of Hazel Green that like a lot of those old ballads, it just meanders on kind of aimlessly for ever and ever.
Yeah.
Lots of verses. And then Scott took the song and Sir Walter Scott took the song and reworked it and story.
Oh, really?
A great little song. And
I didn't know he wrote songs.
Well, he wrote poetry. I mean,
poetry,
he took the old song, used a lot of the words from the song, but he efficient, economical, and readable as a poem. And then if you put it to it fits the melody of the old ballad. So, and I just noticed recently, my wife watches, and this would make a great Hallmark movie. Very romantic. Why weep ye by the tide, lady? Why weep ye by the tide? Ye shall be his bride. Ye shall be his bride, lady. Say, comely to be seen. But she's left for Jacques a Hazeldine. A chain of gold ye shall nae lack, nor canes to bind your hair. or managed hound or mattle hawk, or Paul of them all shall ride a forest queen. But I should let the teardin fall for Jacques Hazeldine. Now let this woeful grief be done, and dry your cheeks a pale. Young Frank is Chief o' Errington, and lad of Langley Dale. His step is first in peace and battle keen, but I should let the teardin fall for Jacques Hazeldine. The cart was decked at morning tide, the taper died, the dame and knight are there. They sought her bathed by bower and hall, the lady was nae seen. She's o'er the border and Jacques Hazeldine. She's o'er the border and a wall with Jacques Hazeldine.
That's really nice. I like that.
Historical song. I love the way that they're promising her if she marries this nobleman that she'll have hounds for hunting, hawks for hunting, horses, gentle horses that are fresh and fair, all the things of the late 16th century.
16th century, yeah.
Yeah, when the nobility spent their time hunting, a lot of their time hunting.
Now that's the century when the printing press had just come out, been invented and was.
I think so. Yeah. Yeah, that's don't.
16 something, 1620.
Yeah, I don't. I can't tell you. Don't promise you that I got the right date on that. But all the songs that I like from people that didn't have any books, couldn't read.
Yeah.
They passed the songs down.
Oral tradition.
Orally.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's sometimes called illiterature, the literature of the illiterate.
But they're the people that really know what's going on, or what the government's doing to everybody.
Yeah, and you get a perspective on history maybe from some of these songs.
Yeah.
Just seeing what was interesting to people at those times.
Yeah.
You don't look at these. You look at it for maybe the emotional content or the interests of the people.
Yeah, how the people really felt.
Yeah.
Scotland, though, when did that? 500 or 600 years ago, or?
Oh, you're asking me. I know. I thought I'm interested in history, but I don't know.
I mean, I should know that too, but I don't know yet. But they impacted the world, I guess, in ways.
Yeah.
Have you ever been over there to Scotland?
I've never been to Scotland. I've been to Ireland a couple of times.
Mm-hmm.
I'd like to go to Scotland. We'll see if I have time to do that.
Yeah, it takes time to do all this traveling.
Yeah. Someday. See, I could do another song. Let's see. Here's a very old Scottish song. Again, it's about the time of knights and that sort of thing.
Yeah.
There were down a down, hey down a down. They were as black as they might be with a down. One of them said to his mate, "Oh, where shall we our breakfast take?" Down in yonder green field. Down a down, hey down a down. There lies a knight slain under his shield with a down. His feet so well they do their master keep. Down, derry, 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 down, down. His hawks they fly so eagerly. Down a down, hey down a down. No other fowl down. Down there came a fallow doe, as great with young as she might go. Down, derry, 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 down, down. She lift up his head down, down. She's kissed his wounds that were say red with a down. She's ta'en him up upon her back and carried him to the earthen lake. Down, derry, 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 down, down. She's buried him before the prime. Down, a down, hey, down, a down. She was dead herself ere in song time with a down. Oh, God grant such hounds and such a lame man. Down, derry, 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 down, down.
That's really good. I've heard you play that a few times.
Yeah. God grant every gentleman such hawks, such being a mate or a partner, a lover.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And it's interesting that they thought it was a good idea that after she buried her lover, that she should die herself, because there's nothing, he's gone. They're not, women aren't like that anymore.
I guess the idea of courtly love and all that was just developing through the centuries.
Yeah, I think that song I sang before, the Jock, was kind of a revolutionary thing because she was supposed to marry this nobleman.
Yeah.
That her parents had picked out for her, and agreed to, and she ran off with her. So that was very unusual for that time. And in fact, I think it was actually Walter Scott in the 19th century added that little ending where she ran off with him.
Later in life and end up in jail.
Oh, yeah. Mike, you got all the questions.
Oh, I get some of those guys so mixed up.
Yeah, I know.
But was there a king in Ireland or Scotland who decided to kill all the minstrels, all the people who were singing songs and?
Oh, I hope not.
I don't know where I read that.
Yeah.
I guess the royalty didn't always agree with what the minstrels were saying, in their songs. And was there?
Oh, yeah.
I thought I read a story about somebody who, and he sang this song to the king, and then the king got mad, and it was something about the king's power being not real, but just artificial, and for him, and maybe I'm getting it mixed up with the Gypsy Poet, Matthew Arnold's Gypsy Poet.
Yeah, but I think kings at that time had that kind of absolute power.
Yeah, the absolute power.
I don't like you.
Yeah. Yeah.
Although I read somewhere that a lot of times they tolerated only, minstrels or people, clowns that would, in a kind of a friendly way that they could tolerate that sometimes.
Yeah.
But you had to be very expert at that to be able to.
Yeah, very diplomatic.
Do that and save and keep your head.
For sure. Conclude?
Yeah. Let me think. Here's a song from the days of sail. I just did it the other day. From Liverpool to Frisco a roving I went to stay in that country. It was my women and whiskey like other damn fools soon had me transported back to Liverpool singing row. Row boys row, them Liverpool girls, they have got us in tow. I shipped on the 08 and the fair went to get underway. Sailors all drunk and their clothes is all tore and their whiskey's all gone and their backs is all sore, singing row. Row, bullies, row, them Liverpool girls, they have got us in tow. For the sailors to do. Ship topsail halyards, they loud it does roar. It's lay aloft Paddy, a son of a whore, singing row. Row, bullies, row, them Liverpool girls, they. You remember the time we was crossing the line? Sure think on it now, and we had a good time. Having bows under, sailors all wet, we was doing 12 knots with the mainskysail set, singing row. Row, bullies, girls, they have got us in tow. Now we've arrived at the Bramley-Moore dock, the fair maids and lasses around us do flock. I think it's high time for to get up and dance. Row, bullies, row, them Liverpool girls, they have got us in tow.
I like that.
Liverpool girls.
When was that written?
The thing about a lot of these songs is
you just don't know for sure.
They were written over
generations,
a century, generation.
Yeah.
So to even try to identify who wrote it is kind of a moot thing because the guy that wrote it probably didn't sound like that when it was first written because it evolved through many different people that put their own twist on the song.
Yeah.
The thing is you can kind of tell you got a really old song if you find different versions of it in different counties and different countries. If it's had time to spread that far, it must have, the original song must have been very, very old to guess. I wish I could hear some of these songs in the 16th century.
Yeah, recordings of those actual.
Right, but they didn't have good recording equipment in those days.
No.
The cassette hadn't been invented yet.
Yeah.
So,
centuries there were no recording equipment until the 20th century.
And even writing the music down, that was, they didn't do that. That was for sacred music,
Yeah, hymns.
It wasn't songs of the peasants weren't worth writing down. The best you might have is somebody writing in their diary. The peasants sang a interesting song last night, and you say, "Oh, that's that song," but they didn't even transcribe all the words. They just kind of paraphrased it,
reference it. Yeah.
So you knew the song was around at that time whenever that guy wrote it down in his diary, but we don't know.
That's for sure. Yeah. Well, I really appreciate you coming to the studio today to share some music with us and stories, and thank you guys so much for checking out the show. I hope you have a great day, and we'll see you soon. Hey, I'm Mike Miller. Hope you're having a great day. Thanks so much for watching The Other Side. Today I have Gary Chase, music and things he's been doing. So this has been a pretty good year for you so far?
Yes, it has. I tend to play with a bunch of different bands and a bunch of different groups, and I'm always jamming around somewhere. That's where I'm out at shows. I do a lot of the open mics locally and things of that nature, and so
doing percussion for other people.
Yeah. I'm dominantly a hand drummer.
Hand drummer.
But my main focus is more of a cajon.
Yeah. How long have you had that particular one there?
This one I've had for 15 years.
Really? Yeah.
It's so old that I've little screws that are on the side here. They have locking bolts in them.
Oh, do they?
And just on the top of the drum where I sit on, it's got a little divot from where my hand is just, my thumb has rested.
Oh, resting.
Nothing to do with the playing ability of it. It's just something that where my hand naturally goes.
It's almost like a Willie Nelson guitar.
Yeah. When guitar guys look at it, they're like, wow. They're like, this thing has seen a lot of wear. It's like hundreds of them, and I can't get them to sound the way this one does.
Yeah, it's just got that sweet sound.
Yep. And I've actually added. I cut years and years ago on the inside of this drum is a snare from a bottom of V in, and I attached it on the inside of this drum right here and right here.
So there's a snare going across there?
So that it gets two different sounds.
Yeah.
And you can specifically hear it.
Yeah.
And then you get a different
third sound.
A third sound, which is the blend of the two.
Yeah.
So.
So who is that group you've been working with? They have dancers. You met them at the Scarborough Fair or something?
Yes. One of the groups I play with, Wild, the name of their dance group. We have a music side of that and an instrumental side of that, and it's called the Temple of Doom. And so Temple of Doom, which is in the English version is D-O-U-M-B-E-K. So we took that as kind of a spoof on the word, and made this group. And we have 2 flute players. We have, I think, 4 does a bass guitar, and I think recently we're going to add a guitarist.
Really?
In there. So.
How many dancers are there?
Could be anywhere from a half a dozen to a dozen.
Yeah.
It's a pretty elaborate group, really, of the Scarborough fairs, the Renaissance fairs around the area. There's a local Italian restaurant in Arlington that hosts us, and we get to go down there, and it's that is what they refer to. It's kind of like a celebration of dancers, and all the different troops and gangs get together, and you get to just hoop it up and have a really good time.
Yeah.
So
what kind of instruments have they traditionally used?
Yes, they have a tambourine. It's called a reich. I know it's a Middle Eastern style tambourine. Of course, they have the finger cymbals, which is more or less what they call zeals.
Oh, they just attach those there, and then they clap them together.
And then they clap them together like that, and that's what gives them that little zeal or ching sound.
Yeah.
The traditional drum that they use for that is called a doumbek. There's also a modern darbuka, and darbukas and doumbeks are traditionally what's used in that style of playing or dancing.
That goes back hundreds of years.
Yeah. From my knowledge, the doumbek predates. The doumbek goes all the way back to Egyptian time. And that it originated, from my knowledge, of the old mail carriers that rode horseback, rode from town to town. They had a rhythm that they had played.
Really?
And that rhythm came from that area. And that's how they would refer to or know what town they were receiving. Then it naturally made its way into the intimate setting of the belly dancing or the celebrations And from, again, this is just basic knowledge of what it is, but the different rhythms that refer to that came from those regions, those ancient regions.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So.
And then we had the Pony Express in America.
Yeah. So yeah, of all that stuff.
Yeah.
Trying to think. Now, originally, just talking about music, there was a band that I played in with a group of guys when I originally moved back to Denton in 2010. We had a college group of friends that we played with, but the main group that I'd played with for so many years was called 1140, and that's where kind of our friend Bone Doggy, that's where he met me. We did an open mic for him years and years ago.
Yeah, I think I remember that, yeah.
And so back when the banter was in its heyday and we were all hooping it up out there.
Yeah.
So really funny story, just to kind of, this is a thing that Bob and Ellen and Steve, you know, that are from
Banter.
The Banter. We had showed up, 1140 had, and we looked like some homeless cats. We really did. Sitting out front, and they had just fairly recently opened up Banter, and they were hosting an open mic. They had a really small stage, and we went in there with our full band and played. And they were so worried about what they had gotten themselves into. And we got in there, there wasn't even room for me up on the stage.
Oh, really?
And I sat on the corner and played my hand drum.
Yeah.
And everybody loved it. It was a tradition, even when they expanded and made the stage, you know, a more dominant area, made it larger. I still played on the front of the stage.
Oh, really?
It was just a nostalgic
Became a thing, yeah.
So that was really.
I remember hearing about them. And are they still together?
No, the band has parted.
Yeah.
We had kind of made different directions. A number of the band members are still around the area.
Yeah.
And you know, just like every out and all that. But it was a wonderful time.
Oh, yeah.
I enjoyed every single minute of it. So.
And you've worked with so many bands over the last few years. You've played with several bands at the Denton Folk Fest.
Yes, I did. Played with a guy named Old Moose. His name, I think his real name is Doug Anderson. He was around. I played with him. I played with Matt Grigsby.
Yeah.
A number of times over the years, and of course, I refer to him as Squigs.
Yeah,
but
Price. Yeah, Aaron Price.
But Aaron,
he's a good songwriter.
Yes.
And you worked with Matt at his Dan CD release party, didn't you?
I was there. I didn't play that show.
Oh, huh.
But I was there for that. Now, me and Matt are going to soon. We're playing a show over at a place in Lake Dallas called The Point. And we're going to be doing a show.
It'll probably be after this airs.
Yeah.
But he just continues to write more and more songs, and
oh yeah. And it's so enjoyable playing with. And I had figured out that this style setup that I have here, this is called a cajon, and this right here is a style of djembe. And so that's a traditional African drum. Now this is, but I had played with a number of different groups, and I didn't have a vehicle at the time, and so I would take my cajon, my box drum, around with me to the open mic setups, and I would really enjoy it, and then I would go to a different open mic, and I would want to have a djembe there, so I would bring my djembe, but then either time I wanted both.
Yeah. So
I figured out a way of attaching them.
Oh, really?
And I thought of as many different genres as I could to play this style of setup on.
Mm-hmm.
So that way,
there's so many different sounds you can get with just that. Yeah.
And it lended itself to several genres, but it mimicked a drum set sound for the singer.
Yeah.
So in a more intimate setting, you know, a really acoustic style, I could play those rhythms that would naturally be, you know, I guess you would say observed as a drum setup.
Especially since you put that snare in there in the front.
Yeah. And so I made a conscious decision to, as opposed to playing drum set and playing with sticks, I put down my sticks at some point.
Yeah.
And it's a bigger live broadcast of a performance that I'm doing with a larger band. I have this style set up with more drums and cymbals. And so I've actually figured out a way to use on the side of it. So when you hit it with your hand, it
like a sizzler cymbal. Yeah.
Yep. And so, and you can again get that crash sound and things of that nature. So
what size cymbal do you?
I have a 16 and a 20-inch ride.
Yeah.
And one has a tambourine that sits on the top of it.
Oh yeah.
That gives it a sizzle sound. The other one has like that sizzler pull chain style sound.
Yeah.
So, and then my hi-hat has the exact same thing.
Up on top of your hi-hat. Yeah.
And it gives it that in conjunction with this gives a really loud popping sound.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Ellen and Dean.
Ellen and Dean is a group that I'm with right now.
Really?
I've been playing with them for a while. I totally love and adore it, enjoy it. I started out as their hand drummer, and we didn't have different members and things of that nature. And we now have a kit drummer. Tim Knighton plays with us. And so now I get to do percussion. I actually get to do congas and shakers and tambourines and things like that.
Yeah.
So it's a lot. As far as a visual reference to the way that I look at drums in general, is a band for me. Is if you visually think of like walking, so it's left, right, left, right, left, right. That's of course now you're going to have that style in like a rock setting.
Yeah. Just a comfortable feel that people can become engaged with. Yeah.
Now in hand drums, as opposed to just left, right on the just walking, the percussion side of it is more of a rhythmic thing for me, where it's the hands moving, it's the eyes looking around. So if you take that same beat, like a lot of flair, but it's still, you know, so it's a basic beat, but I get to have a lot more fun.
Do you ever use drum machines?
No.
Yeah.
I used to have an electronic drum set for apartment. I lived in a duplex or an apartment or a dorm room.
Yeah.
But as I got older, I owned a big drum set, and then I eventually gave that away, and now I just have hand drums. So I totally enjoy it.
I'd like to hear y'all with Player.
Oh yeah. And we have some gigs coming up too, and we have a CD release party coming up. That'll be in March.
That's good.
So, and then we're a lot of the groups I'm with, we'll do things at the Jazz Fest.
Yeah.
So you can always
schedule something there. Yeah.
You can always find me at Denton Arts and Jazz Festival. I'm all over the place.
Who have you played with out there?
I played with Bone Doggy a number of times, with Ellen and Dean out there. I played with 1140 out there. So it's been a real joy to play that festival every year.
Yeah, that's good.
Mm-hmm.
Have you played at the Blues Fest?
I have. I actually did at the Blues Festival several years ago. That was super fun. Always enjoy that. I love hanging out in festivals just as much as I do playing at them.
Yeah, but it's good to be involved.
Oh yeah, oh yeah. So, well, these are basic shakers. So, just to kind of explain what the style of shaker is, this is called an egg shaker.
Yeah.
Is resemble of the level of sound that you're going to get out of it.
Oh, really? I didn't know that.
So the yellow is really, really quiet.
Mm-hmm.
Louder.
Oh, yeah.
And then the red
is the hottest sound.
Is the loudest of all of them.
Yeah.
Now, to kind of show you some of the different things for me. So I painted mine gray, but it's the same thing.
Oh.
It's super quiet. Now the blue, and then they have a red one as well, like this. That would be super loud.
Mm-hmm. Sharper sound. What's actually inside of those?
They're a little type of seed. A lot of them have a synthetic seed now.
Really, yeah.
Kind of like, I refer to it as those plastic BBs. You know, like in those airsoft guns.
Yeah.
They have those style things.
Yeah.
And so now, when you play this, and you get that super soft sound, and you play this, you get that louder sound. You can take these apart.
Oh.
So you get both of those sounds.
Yeah.
So it gives you a really full, rich sounding.
It almost sounds like two people playing maracas.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Now that little thing that you can do, so the terms we use as far as rudiments go, you can always do rudiments with shakers. That whole like a simple paradiddle sound.
Yeah. Yeah. Embellishments.
Yeah, and so you can have all the accents and different things like that. Now, one of the other things you can do as far as shakers go, I have the ability. It does is it gives you almost like a reverberated sound. So whenever you play, you can.
That's good.
So that's kind of a little thing that you can do like that. Now to take that even further, so that's that shaker. This is an egg shaker that's put on an axis, and you can actually get these for hi-hats too.
Really?
And so they'll come in a set of 4. So hi-hat, it'll give you that sound. But so you get that double.
Yeah.
As opposed to having.
That does sound good.
As opposed to having to hold a bunch of them.
Yeah.
Where they might get muffled.
That's a good idea.
You know, you can really hear them. Now, whenever you have a shaker, this is more of like what they call a snap or a one-shot style shaker. It's got a really crisp. If you were to take that.
Oh, yeah. That's amazing.
When you go from this style sound, so if you were to do something like that on for a live performance, this is an actual studio shaker.
Yeah.
And this,
yeah.
So you can kind of hear.
Really fills in, yeah.
And this is just a larger version of the little small one.
Yeah.
Like I had here. So as opposed to being needing or something like that, you'll really be able to.
Yeah.
So you can really hear a big difference there. So, and of course, and these things get super, super loud.
Yeah, those can really get loud.
As you know.
Especially if you're miking them and.
Oh yeah. Now, in here, these are tambourines, and you'll see all different configurations on these.
The number of cymbals they have.
And so.
And these are like alternate.
So this is going to be your traditional tambourine that you would see someone shaking around on stage. These have stainless steel jingles, and they're one on top of the other.
Yeah.
So that style sound, you know, you're gonna hear that. That's what you mainly hear when people are out playing. This is one that has both of them. And so,
two kinds.
Actually has a brass and it has a stainless steel jingle. Now these are alternated like this. It gives a lot bigger response to the actual tambourine. So
yeah, it really fills
in. And you can, as opposed to.
Yeah, a tighter sound.
So you can really, and you can, where this, it gets, you know, it's kind of a little bit harder to control.
Yeah.
When these go alternate, you can really.
They're more sensitive.
You have to, you can, just the control you're able to have over a tambourine like this.
Yeah, and you use them for rolls and.
Yep.
Yeah.
Now this one is what's called a studio tambourine, and the stainless steel jingles, but it's super vibrant.
Yeah. It hits a high pitch, it seems like.
As opposed to.
Yeah.
And you.
Yeah, really catch that ring in there.
Yeah. Now what I've done often is I play two of them together.
Yeah. True.
And you can really, really hear it. So, now I don't know if you can see this down here. This is called a tambo toe. There's a guy here in town. His name is Lane Boozer. And when I very first bought this one, I brought it home and I took it apart because it had these two little jingles in here, and it wasn't loud enough for me. So I took it all apart and I put in the middle, and the next time that he saw me, he was like, "Gary," he's like, "you figured out how to take my instrument apart." I was like, "Yeah." I was like, "I redesigned it and made it louder," And he was like, what? I was like, yeah, and I added a bunch of stuff and muted it here with...
Into business with him.
Well, he actually took pictures of it.
Yeah.
And he was like, dude, that's really awesome that you figure out how to take this thing apart. So that added with a cajon.
Oh, yeah.
So you can really get a huge variety just by adding that one little instrument there.
Yeah.
You know, it's...
Maybe I should get you to upgrade mine. I never could get the feel.
It's... So when you talk about the styles and just doing that, there's the drum set players that I know. They can do the techniques, they can do the rhythms, they can the thing that they struggle with is they can keep the rhythm going, but they can't keep the momentum up in their hands.
Yeah.
It starts to hurt.
Yeah.
So you really have to figure out where to make it comfortable, so that you can play, i.e. for 3 to 4 hours.
That's right. Yeah.
Now that just keeping that beat, if you start off super and just kind of forget about that, but know that that's where your tempo is.
Yeah.
So no matter where you're at, and then you can take as many out or back in as you want.
Yeah. Possibilities are endless, I guess.
But just know that that's where that's where it lies at.
Yeah, that's the main thing is the beat, yeah. Well, Gary, I appreciate everything very much. Is there anything else you wanted to mention? We're about to run out of time, I think.
No, that's totally.
And you guys have a great day. Thanks so much for watching, and hope to see you soon.
And they tell me, follow your dreams. And money will come. And they tell me dreams. And they say,
Hi, I'm Mike Miller. Hope you're having a great day. Thanks so much for checking out The Other Side. My guest today is a guitar player and keyboard player, wonderful musician, and I'm honored to have Tim Courtney here today.
So glad to be here.
How long have you lived around the Denton area?
I moved to Denton 2005, so it's been 13 years. And I think it was pretty early on that I realized that I'm probably going to stay here. You know, I came down from Buffalo, New York. The choice kind of makes itself.
It really snows up there, doesn't it?
Yeah, I've seen some days that, you know, I can try to describe to people that have lived in the South and Southwest all their lives, and I just don't know that they can believe what I tell.
My cousins lived up there, and she used to write letters about how much snow they had.
Yeah, I've seen days where I didn't know if someone stole my car, if it was just buried under snow. Fortunately, it was buried under snow.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, it was buried under snow.
Oh, the car's just little.
Yeah, it can get like that in the really bad months. So, you know, I got here and you know, someone put it into perspective early on. They said, yeah, you don't know how much the sun actually shines until you move outside of Buffalo. And I thought, you know what? So I kind of moved here and just kind of fell in love with the town, and I've been here since.
But there are a lot of musicians in New York State.
I guess you can say that, you know, for any place, which Denton more than anything, that's one thing I notice is it just seems that everyone's a musician. There was always, you know, people in bands and, you know, good music schools in the area. But yeah, I think you can say that pretty much about anywhere. And, you know, I could name a list of notable musicians that came from Buffalo, classical guitarists like myself, but yeah, you're going to find that anywhere, I think, and it's one of the great things about music is it's just, you know, everywhere. It's
oh yeah, sent to almost everybody.
Yeah, and you know, more so if you can play it and share it with people and entertain yourself. I mean, that's one thing that I've, you know, been happy about is that, you know, I don't need to have a stage to play and enjoy because then I can, you know, entertain more people.
Oh yeah, yeah. So when you were a kid, you started playing keyboard and then went to guitar and.
Yeah, and I was kind of a late comer to music. I was like 15.
15.
When
yeah.
I had high school, and I think the first year that I had the paper route, I got a bunch of Christmas tips at the end of the year, and I was in an electronics store that, basically an electronics store that had. I just started playing on one, and you know, I kind of had an itch to play music, and I kind of honed in on that, and you know, I spent my Christmas tip money on this keyboard and toyed around with it for a few months, and then sometime around the following spring, I signed up for lessons. Within months, I just started to get this itch to play guitar, so I was doing both keyboard and guitar lessons at the same time. And unfortunately, you know, there's only so much time in a day, and if you're spending all that time on guitar, you realize that, okay, I'm not going to. You know, I always enjoyed playing it, but I was just drawn to that 6-string instrument that just won't let me out of its grip.
Do you use various tunings?
Oh yeah. You know, like the most common tunings that that I use when I play are what we call drop D tuning, where your 6th string gets lowered down to a D from the usual E note. But I've played some things where, you know, I've tuned 2 strings, like the 5th and the 6th string come down in pitch, but I think the most unconventional tuning that I ever encountered was a piece written for flute and guitar by a former teacher of mine by the name of James Pierkowski. He wrote a piece where 5 of the 6 strings are retuned. The actual sound of the open strings would give you like what's called an A augmented chord, so it's a very dissonant chord.
Oh, really?
And you know, he did it to kind of capture the sound of musical influences he had from both North Indian music and Bulgarian vocal music on a piece that he wrote. But yeah, when you're performing it, you have to explain to the audience, this will be a minute while I tune every string but one. And
yeah.
Fortunately, they're patient, and so they wait for the end result, rousing success, and I played it.
That's great. And in Western music, we have like a 12-note scale?
Well, 12 semitones make up the octave. And from that, the major and minor scales are comprised of 8 of them.
But like from other parts of the world, like Indian music and Asian, Chinese music, so on, it's different from that, isn't it?
Yeah, you can find
microtones.
Microtones that are used. So like when you're listening to, you know, like a sitar, you know, they're gonna get those bends in there. And kind of pull some notes, sharp or flat. I do a lot of Japanese music with my duo partner, and on the guitar, the one thing that I have to do, because traditionally it would actually be played a little bit flat from what our equivalent scales would be. So, you know, it's something that to the Western ear, you have to explain. Yeah, it's going to sound weird when I play this note, but I swear that's what it's supposed to sound like down here. So, and it's interesting to try to, you know, transcribe music. Like the music that I've done most with my partner has been arrangements of music for the koto, which is like a zither stringed instrument.
Really?
With like a moto player. you'll actually see them from time to time move the bridges to change the pitch of the string.
Oh, really?
And then the instrument she's emulating on the flute is the shakuhachi, which is a wooden end-blown flute. And
what is the name of the duo?
Call ourselves Zuo. We derived that name because we're both left-handed.
Really?
Even though we play our instruments traditionally.
And what is her name?
Her name is Carolyn Keyes.
Okay.
Yeah, and she is a flute instructor at Tarleton State University.
Really?
And we met here at UNT for about a year. We did one of my doctoral recitals here, and then she ended up moving out of state to pursue her doctorate in Boulder, Colorado.
Yeah.
And several years ago, she came back to the region from university in Lawton, Oklahoma, and since she was close enough by, she said, "Do you want to play together again?" And I jumped at the chance. And last year they moved to Stephenville to work at Tarleton State, so they're a little closer now. So, you know, it makes it even.
You guys performed at the National Flute Association?
Yeah, in August we went to Orlando, and it's a really large convention. It was held at one of the big hotels in Orlando. People performing, the amount of concerts that were held there, I was just amazed, because I've gone to guitar festivals that have been on a smaller scale than this, and there's always something to do with those. With this thing, I mean, there was just round the clock, like from morning until evening, concerts going on, festival, and it was like a phone book, you know.
Really?
It was like that, that thick, and you had to like go through page after page after page. And
there are
like
so many
find your
musicians in
program.
this world, yeah.
Yeah, and so it was a really big, honor because she had submitted the convention in Minneapolis, and it didn't get accepted. And then last year she resubmitted that proposal, and it got accepted, and we were extremely happy. And not only do you get to play, but
oh yeah, really.
That was a nice little addition to the performance.
How long of a set did y'all do?
We actually just played one piece, about a 13-minute piece, on a program that each more about music that was either arranged from other instruments or just kind of outside the box of traditional flute music, or music written for like flute and piano.
Because you guys were more or less working toward replicating the sound of these other instruments.
Yeah, and I think there was a lot of people, at least what I heard from some people that were standing outside after the concert, that they heard some people saying, "Yeah, I didn't know that I was going to like it when it started off, but yeah, it turned out to be really, really great, really interesting." Because everything else probably,
Not
on the program or on any program at the festival, it's
wasn't
kind of
something they were tired of listening to. It was so fresh, I guess, and new. Yeah.
Yeah, and any time that you can, just play really gets the attention of people that are, so used to playing the normal way by the rules that were, set in place for, generations ahead of them. And then when they hear someone bending pitches and trying to mimic the sound of a wooden flute on a silver flute, I kind of felt a little out of place, because I was one of 5 guitarists that were performing in the whole festival. But it was nice to, be a different instrument that could kind of accompany the flute for that one performance. It was just great.
And around here, Leonard?
Yeah, I've been teaching with Polly's Child Bloom program here for about 13 years.
Really?
I think I started with her the spring after I moved down here, so like 2006, so a little over 12 years.
What age range?
The Child Bloom program is geared to students between like 5 and 12.
Oh, really?
So any students that I get at that age are going to be using the Child Bloom curriculum. And it's great because you start kids off, play a song. They can sit down, they can learn to play a couple strings and accompany little songs like Hot Cross Buns. And when you're that age and you come in for your first lesson and you're able to play something right away, that really just makes their day. And
is it similar to the?
I've never really studied the Suzuki
method,
but it is. It's its own. It's kind of its own method. that I would assume has some similarities in getting kids to play.
And kids just learn so much faster, usually.
And then once they've kind of learned some songs, we teach them by rote at the beginning. There's no note reading. There's none of that. There's just, here are the places you put your fingers. Here's how it sounds. And when you can get a class of students together and they can play different parts to a song and all kind of combo music within their first few lessons.
It's so fascinating to them, I'm sure. Empowering,
Yeah, and it's great because you'll always have students that just are dedicated and keep working at it. And in every week that they come back and you see that they've made such progress, you can't ask for anything more. It really validates what you do. And, I'm really happy to do it. And so it's been hard to believe it's been like 12 years, but I've been.
Time flies when you're having fun.
Yeah.
Well, I've saved some time for you to play some music for us, and y'all stay tuned to check out Tim Courtney doing some music for you here today. And thank you so much for watching. Hope you have a great day.
This is a piece called Un Día de Noviembre by the Cuban guitarist composer Leo Brouwer.
NT Daily News on Denton Community Television. We're here for you, because we are you. We live and work in Denton, and we love this community. We find local and inform you about national issues that affect our city. From City Hall to the Square, and from UNT to TWU, we've got this city covered, because we care about Denton just as much as you do. Stay tuned for NT Daily News.
News. The Denton City Council must come up with solutions to help a neighborhood that won't have access to water. Plus, UNT is planning on buying a few business properties that are privately owned. Find out how they're doing it.
And see how the homeless population in Denton is managing weather grips the entire country.
From the Mayborn School of Journalism at the University of North Texas, this is NT Daily News.
A neighborhood in southern Denton faces a water crisis. Thanks for joining us. I'm Tyler Presley.
And I'm Asmar Khan. NT Daily's Abram Gallegos is live at the water pump to tell us what residents are dealing with.
City of Denton Mayor Chris Watts declared a public disaster yesterday for the Green Tree Estates neighborhood as it's tomorrow. The owner of the mobile home park has been providing water through a private service. The neighborhood was annexed into the city of Denton in 2013. Because of this, Green Tree was not part of the city's water infrastructure. This allowed the owner to give a short 30-day Denton contacted the Texas Commission on Environmental Quality and the Public Utility Commission of Texas, who both determined that he had the authority to give short notice. Residents did not see this coming.
Yo nunca pensé que por eso estoy preocupada, no sabemos qué hacer.
The city provided the neighborhood owner a plan on how to connect to the water infrastructure in 2013, but he never took the next steps. Now, 6 years later, the city faces the challenge of coming up with short and long-term structure to provide temporary water and water storage while options are evaluated. The city held meetings on October 29th and November 11th to hear resident feedback. Tomorrow, a special city council meeting will happen at noon to further discuss the disaster. Live in Denton, Abram Gallegos, and
The University of North Texas wants to buy a few small properties on campus through eminent domain. These properties have small, privately owned businesses that have been around since the 1980s. I talked to one of the owners to see what he's going to do about it. A few small businesses on the south end of UNT's campus. One of them is New York Subhub. Many people regularly eat there. But that could change, as UNT wants to acquire the land it sits on through eminent domain.
What am I going to do? What's everyone else going to do? How can they do this? I mean, our business has been here for over 40 years.
The land UNT wants is not only where New York Subhub is, but also 4 other privately owned businesses. Naranja Cafe, Oriental Express, Campus T offered New York Subhub $700,000. They offered the campus bookstore a little more, and the car wash and Oriental Express a little less. But all of them said no.
None of us want to sell. That's the thing, is we've been here for so long and we've been successful here for so long that we
UNT what they wanted to do with the land, but they refused to comment since they were still working on negotiations. This is not the first time UNT has used eminent domain to buy land. This building back behind me, on camera, attorney Don White told me the legal process of how an eminent domain case works.
You file your lawsuit, but you don't do anything in the courthouse. You have this administrative stage where the special commissioners handle everything, and then it gets put into the registry of the court that the condemnation suit was filed in, and then if either side is unhappy with the amount, they appeal, and that's when the court takes it over just like a regular lawsuit at that point.
Eminent domain cases can take a few months to a year or more.
There's, here it is this is just another box to check off to them. But from the second I wake up to the moment I go to bed, and even when I sleep, I'm thinking about this. And then the thing that they just kind of loom it over you and threat of eminent domain seems a little ridiculous.
Christensen says he'll take it all the way to court if he has to. New York Subhub posts updates on its Facebook page. To stay up to date, visit www.facebook.com/New York Subhub.
Their doors for the homeless population as the extreme cold weather grips the U.S. I talked to one of the shelters in Denton who extended their hours to accommodate the homeless population. Like many other overnight shelters, the Monsignor King Outreach Center not only opened its doors to the homeless population hours so the needy can have a warm place to stay. The shelter is open Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday only from 6:30 p.m. to 8 a.m. But as the cold front grasped the Metroplex, the shelter decided to open its doors early on Wednesday at 2 p.m. to the cable TV, Wi-Fi, and also provides food for those staying overnight. People can also bring their four-legged companions alongside them as they find a warm place to stay. Catherine Gonzalez, Monsignor King Outreach Center, and says the facility has been very busy this week, but they still made sure everyone is somehow accommodated.
The past 2 days we've had about 100 people come and stay at our shelter, so we've been kind of full. Our beds have been full for them and some other areas of the shelter, and so we've kind of made room for anyone that we could.
Shasta Ortega, one of the clients of Monsignor King Outreach Center, is staying outdoors at her camp for tonight as she has to go to work the next morning. She was full of praise of those in need.
They have cable TV, they have Wi-Fi, comfortable beds with blankets and pillows. Yeah, hot showers, actual bathrooms, not cold stalls out in the field somewhere. Yeah, it's really great.
Volunteers to its team so they can stay open for more than 3 nights a week. The facility reopens on Monday at its regular hours, which is from 6:30 p.m. to 8 a.m.
When we get back, students organized and performed.
He was a skater boy. She said, "See you later, boy," when she hit me with her car and killed me. As a licensed driver, it's your responsibility to share bike lanes on the road itself, whether they're walking, skating, biking, hydroplaning, hydroflasking, hyperboarding, whatever. It's important to give people 3 to 6 feet of clearance room on either side, so we're all a little bit safer. It's your responsibility to share the road.
I see you mobbing over her. Let's go. Let's mob. Let's crawl. Let's crawl. Hey, yo, we mobbing. Come on, girl. Let's crawl. Hey, yo, let's crawl. Hey, yo, let's crawl. Hey, let's crawl. Hey, yo, let's crawl.
UNT Student Government Association and the Black Student Union organized a peaceful sit-in to raise awareness on the student proposals to better represent the diversity within the campus. NT Daily's Oscar Suarez was there for the details.
Freedom of speech. UNT Student Government and the Black Student Union held a peaceful sit-in during the Board of Regents meeting earlier today.
So exactly what the goal of this is to just fill up the space. And so just to let the Board of Regents know that we are serious about exactly what has happened, and as well as far as any proposals that we are talking about, we're not going to be talking at the meeting. We're going to be talking tomorrow, but we're going to be talking on behalf of the student service fee and as well as our strategic plan that we have.
Close to 100 students met just before the meeting to organize their sit-in as well as go over rules of being non-disruptive during their protest. Students were encouraged out their opinions. President of the Student Government Association, Yolian Ogbu, facilitated the sit-in and stressed the importance of having a voice that can be heard and listened to.
It means a lot because it's a time for us to unite, and it sucks because this is a traumatizing situation that happened last week. Time for us to be coming together as a community and showing others that, we're a force to be reckoned with.
Students that participated hoped to convince the board members to vote on specific proposals that were set by the Student Government Association, the Black Student Union, and the National Association for the Advancement of Colored People to better represent them.
So list of demands Friday afternoon through the SJBSU and NAACP Twitter, and those are the demands that we are actually presenting to the Board of Regents tomorrow morning at 10:45 And so what today is going to be is that we're just physically occupying the space and saying, hey, we're here, and so we'll see what decision they make tomorrow.
It is a tense time here at UNT, and students are trying their best to enact change during such a controversial topic. Oscar Suarez, NT Daily News.
Board of Regents will meet again tomorrow morning with Yolian Ogbu presenting the demands on the student demands.
Last week events, which led the UNT System Assistant General Counsel Kathleen Soul resign for saying the N-word at a campus event, sparked debates about lack of diversity training at UNT. The University of North Texas Office of Undergraduate Student Government is social awareness throughout the campus. The letter also demanded increase in the percentage of Black, Brown, and other minorities among the faculty and staff. The letter was also put on change.org web petitions. Yolian Ogbu, the president of UNT Student Government Association, is spearheading the campaign for changes on campus and says the SGA has been thinking about these proposals for a while.
Actually, we've been thinking about them. There are a majority that I've had conversations with the administration already about and wants us to push the momentum.
The petition already has over 2,000 signs on change.org as the student government body waits on response from the university.
The UNT Police Department is offering November the 18th. UNT police members want to make sure you feel safe on campus. The class will not only offer hands-on training, but will also discuss being aware of your surroundings. With spaces limited to about 20 students per class, UNT police officer David Causey hopes to join.
We hope that it empowers them, that if they're out and they find themselves in a threatening situation, that they will be better prepared to take care of themselves.
For more information about the free self-defense class, contact...
That's our time for now. Thanks for joining us.
We'll see you next time for NT Daily News.
From the Mayborn School of Journalism at the University of North Texas, this is NT Daily News.
The Mean Green soccer team gets ready to kick off the NCAA tournament. Thanks for joining us. I'm Sierra Galvez.
And I'm Marshall Green. After winning the Conference USA tournament this past Sunday, the Mean Green soccer team will travel to Fayetteville, Arkansas to take on the Razorbacks in the first round of the NCAA tournament.
John Hedlund will lead UNT into the NCAA tournament. With the Mean Green losing in the first round of the tournament in the last 2 seasons, the coaching staff believes the experience the team gained will benefit it this time around.
I mean, last year we had to go to A&M. They were ranked top 10 in the country, now nationally ranked. So both very similar teams. Arkansas is a little bit more physical, a little bit more direct. Their style's a little bit different. But 2 outstanding teams we've had to play in the last 2 years.
Assistant coach For Benatar knows the Mean Green will face a team in Arkansas with a that one-team style of play will determine the outcome.
You know, Arkansas is a tough opponent, so they are similar to us in many ways. So hopefully we'll take them out of their game knowing they have to deal with us similarly with long balls, direct, physical play.
11 players from last year's team returned to UNT by coming up short in the 2018 NCAA tournament. The team took a lot away from the game.
I think, you know, just the experience from last year, being on that big stage with a lot of our younger players, our goalkeeper, that was her first big stage playing at A&M. We're hoping that experience from last year will really help us in this year's game.
The team is led by 3 seniors, and those girls know what they do in this year's postseason run will define their legacy as UNT women's soccer players forever.
I think they want to be scoring a goal and winning the game. Scoring for sure, we haven't scored in postseason play and then NCAA rounds. And then for sure winning. So that would be huge for this. They would break history. And so those seniors would not only have that piece of history, but other pieces to go along. That would conference title, All-American, you know, so just other pieces of the home stretch, the winning streak. Those are all pieces that have come together this year, but this would be the icing on the cake for sure.
The game is scheduled for November 15th and will kick off at 6:30.
And for the UNT football team, with just 2 games remaining, the Mean Green have an outside chance to earn a bowl invitation. If North Texas defeats Rice this weekend and UAB on November 30th, they will have 6 wins. Teams with 7 wins are guaranteed to play in a bowl game, but teams with 6 can get invited. For UNT to increase their bowl chance, 6 wins. According to a new ranking released by MoneyWise.com, UNT's Apogee Stadium ranks as one of the worst stadiums in college football. Ranked 31st worst in Division I, critics of Apogee cite difficult parking, lackluster attendance, and the team struggles. However, Apogee stadiums in the country. LEED, or Leadership in Energy and Environmental Design, helps team build environmentally responsible stadiums. From the field to the court, the North Texas men's and women's basketball season have begun. The men's team is 1-2 with their next game this Saturday at home versus Eastern Michigan. The team travels to Jamaica to play in the Jersey Mike's Jamaica Classic. The women's team is 1-1 and will go west to Hawaii for the Rainbow Wicking Showdown tournament beginning November 29th.
2 Denton high schools prepare to start their postseason with eyes on a state title. Coming out of District 4, 5, Denton Ryan opens the playoffs tonight at home against Granbury at 7 p.m. Ryan made it to the semifinals last season before falling to Highland Park. After finishing second in District 5 6A with a 9-1 record, Denton Geyer will host the Hebron Hawks in the opening round playoff game this Friday. They lost in the second round last season to Lake Ridge.
Last night in the NBA, there were a pair of father-son moments that were pretty different. First, in Houston, Los Angeles Clippers head coach Doc Rivers was ejected with 2 technical fouls. However, it was a Rockets player on the other team that was egging him on. Austin actually used to play for his dad and the Clippers, but was traded to Washington in 2018 before becoming a member of the Rockets. After the game, Austin tweeted, "Well, Thanksgiving is going to be weird." On a happier note, Memphis Grizzlies rookie Jay Morant made one of his first big NBA memories. Last summer's second overall pick hit a game-winning shot on the road. Morant went to high school just hours outside of Charlotte, and his dad was on hand to watch his son and celebrate with him after he made the game winner.
For the first time since being traded, Kristaps Porzingis returns to New York in Madison Square Garden. Porzingis and his old team, who traded the disgruntled star to the Mavericks in January. A week ago, the Knicks beat the Mavericks in Dallas 106-102 for just their second win of the season. New York hasn't won since while Dallas had at 7 o'clock.
The Dallas Cowboys will take on the Lions this week after a tough loss to the Vikings last week. The Cowboys' current record is 5-4, and the Lions are standing at 3-5. The Lions have home team advantage, but have also lost their last home game. NFC East with their first 3 wins, but might struggle with getting a spot in the playoffs if they don't win this week. That's all we have for you today. Thanks for joining us.
For NT Daily News, we'll see you next time.
From the Mayborn School of Journalism at the University of North Texas, this is NT Daily News.
Welcome to your update on the Texas legislature and bills that are being considered. This is North Texas Daily TV, and I'm Marcus Sykes. A new bill could affect LGBTQ individuals in the areas of housing, healthcare, gender expression in the workplace and at school, refusing to issue marriage licenses and employment practices. House Bill 1035 also includes a bathroom bill. It would take effect on September 1st if passed. Individuals may be affected by another new bill that prevents any governmental agency from taking action against a person who claims a sincerely held religious belief. House Bill 3172 would not hold liable blatant discrimination as long as they claim a sincerely held religious belief. Minor children may have longer time to report crimes against them. House Bill 8 would allow children who were 17 or younger, those 18 years or of age or older, whether through trafficking, injury to a child, or bigamy, would have 10 years to report the crime. The act would take effect September 1st if passed. Judges may be allowed to hold office in more than one area according to House Bill 1717. It would take effect on January 1st, 2020 if voters elect to amend the state constitution. Canine officers may now find a new life after 3063 would allow for a law enforcement dog, horse, or other animal that has been suitable for transfer after consulting with the animal's veterinarian handlers and other caretakers. It would take effect. Students would not receive a Texas grant if they go over a certain amount of hours in their college career. A student may not get a grant if they exceed a maximum of 135 hours or 50 than they would need to graduate. Senate Bill 34 takes effect on September 1st. Prayer has not been allowed in schools for some time, but that may change, beginning with the 2019-2020 House Bill Prayer. First Baptist Church of Forney will celebrate its 150th anniversary on May 5th. Founded in 1868, it has been honored in House Resolution 832. A bill that would have made the woman that had an abortion fail to gain motion in the Texas House. House Bill 896, an amended version of Senate Bill 23, would have made the death penalty possible for not only the physician, but the woman as well, regardless of the born child. The bill would have taken effect on September 1st. Drunk driving will result in a suspension of your driver's license effective September 1st for a period of 90 days. If the person does not, suspension may be extended to 1 year if repeated behavior occurs. A bill would remove the point system that currently penalizes drivers in the state. Senate Bill 918 would repeal the driver, remove existing points, and restore any licenses suspended solely due to non-payment. State traffic base rates would rise from $30 to $50, and it doubles the fee that insurance add to each policy form from $. DWI fines will go up from $1,000 to $3,000 for a first offense, up to $6,000 for driving with blood alcohol twice the legal limit. A bill would bathroom in the state capitol or any other public building where a mother could go and express breast milk without intrusion from the public. It will only take effect construction or remodeling of buildings that allow public effect on September 1st. National DNA Day is being celebrated at the Capitol Auditorium on Thursday, April 25th. Texas Autism Advocacy Day on Friday, April Conference Center from 8:15 in the morning until 12:15 in the afternoon. I'm Marcus Sykes, and this has been your Texas Legislative Update. Thank you for joining us today on North Texas Daily TV's Look at the...
NT Daily News on Denton Community Television. We're here. We find local stories that need to be told and inform you about national issues that affect our city. From City Hall to the Square, and from UNT to TWU, we've got this city covered because we care about it.
Coming up on NT Daily News, the Denton City Council must come up with solutions to help a neighborhood that won't have access to water.
Plus, UNT is planning on buying a few business properties that are privately.
And see how the homeless population in Denton is managing to keep themselves warm as cold weather grips the entire country.
From the Mayborn School of Journalism at the University of North Texas, this is NT Daily News.
A neighborhood in southern Denton faces a water crisis as its source is about to disappear. Thanks for joining us. I'm Tyler Presley.
And I'm Asmar Khan. NT Daily's Ibram Gallegos is live at the water pump to tell us what residents are dealing with.
Watts declared a public disaster yesterday for the Green Tree Estates neighborhood as its private water service will go out tomorrow. The owner of the mobile home park has been providing water through a private service. The neighborhood was annexed into the city of Denton in 2013, not part of the city's water infrastructure. This allowed the owner to give a short 30-day notice that the water would be cut off. Denton contacted the Texas Commission on Environmental Quality and the Public Utility Commission of Texas, who
Nunca pensé que iba a pasar esto. Por eso estoy preocupada, no sabemos qué hacer.
The city provided the neighborhood owner a plan on how to connect to the water infrastructure in 2013. But 6 years later, the city faces the challenge of coming up with short and long-term solutions to the problem. City staff was directed to provide temporary water and water storage while options are evaluated. The city held meetings on October 29th and November 11th to hear resident feedback. Tomorrow at noon to further discuss the disaster. Live in Denton, Abram Gallegos, NT Daily News.
The University of North Texas wants to buy a few small properties on campus through eminent domain. These properties have small, privately owned businesses that have been around since the 90s to see what he's going to do about it. There are a few small businesses on the south end of UNT's campus. One of them is New York SubHub. Many people regularly eat change, as UNT wants to acquire the land it sits on through eminent domain.
My mind was racing in all sorts of directions. You know, what am I going to do? What's everyone else going to do? You know, how can they do this? I mean, our business has been here for over 40 years.
The land UNT wants is not only where New York's are privately owned businesses. Naranja Cafe, Oriental Express, Campus Bookstore, and Eagle Car Wash. UNT offered New York SubHub $700,000. They offered the Campus Bookstore a little more, and the Car Wash and Oriental Express a little less. But all of them
To sell. That's the thing, is we've been here for so long, and we've been successful here for so long that we don't feel like we should be forced to sell. So that's what we're trying to do. We're trying to fight what's going on.
I asked UNT what they wanted to do with the land, but they refused to comment since they were still working on negotiations. This is not the first time UNT has used eminent domain to buy land. This building back behind me used to be an IHOP. They closed their doors back in February. Even though he asked to not be on camera, attorney Don White told me the legal process of how an eminent domain case works.
In the courthouse, you have this administrative stage where the special commissioners handle everything, and then they issue their award, the money gets put into the registry of the court that the condemnation suit was filed in, and then if either side is unhappy with the amount, they appeal. It's like a regular lawsuit at that point.
Eminent domain cases can take a few months to a year or more.
There's not an expiration on their initial offer. So, you know, here it is this is just another box to check off to them. But from the second I wake up to the moment when I sleep, I'm thinking about this. And then the thing that they just kind of loom it over you and kind of wear you down with, you know, the threat of eminent domain seems a little ridiculous.
Christensen says he'll take it all the way to court if he has to.
On his Facebook page. To stay up to date, visit www.facebook.com/New York SubHub.
A lot of overnight shelters have opened their doors for the homeless population as the extreme cold weather grips the U.S. I talked to one of the shelters in Denton who extended their hours to accommodate the Outreach Center. Not only opened its doors to the homeless population, but also extended their hours so the needy can have a warm place to stay. The shelter is open Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday only from 6:30 p.m. to 8 a.m. Grasped the Metroplex, the shelter decided to open its doors early on Wednesday at 2 p.m. to 10:30 a.m. The shelter has a cable TV, Wi-Fi, and also provides food for those staying overnight. People can also bring their alongside them as they find a warm place to stay. Catherine Gonzalez is the executive director of Monsignor King Outreach Center and says the facility has been very busy this week, but they still made sure everyone is somehow accommodated.
Past 2 days we've had about 100 people come and stay at our shelter, so we've been kind of full. Our beds have been full, but we've been able to lay out some mats for them and some other areas of the shelter, and so we've kind of made room for anyone that we could.
Shasta Ortega, one of the clients of Monsignor King, is at her camp for tonight as she has to go to work the next morning. She was full of praise of how the facility works and helps those in need.
They have cable TV, they have Wi-Fi, comfortable beds with blankets and pillows, actual bathrooms, not cold stalls out in the field somewhere. Yeah, it's really great.
The facility is looking to add more volunteers to its team so they can stay open for more than 3 nights a week. The facility reopens on Monday at its regular to 8 a.m.
When we get back, students organized and performed a peaceful protest today at the union, demanding better representation.
As a licensed driver, it's your responsibility to share the road with people who may be on the sidewalk, on the bike lanes, on the road itself, whether they're walking, skating, biking, hydroplaning, hydroflasking, hyperboarding, whatever. It's your responsibility to share the road.
See you mobbing over her. Let's go. Let's mob. Let's crawl. Let's crawl. Let's crawl. Hey, yo, we mobbing. Come on, girl. Let's crawl. Hey, yo, let's crawl. Hey, let's crawl. Hey, yo, let's crawl.
UNT Student Government Association and the Black Student Union organized a peaceful sit-in to raise awareness, represent the diversity within the campus. NT Daily's Oscar Suarez was there for the details.
In consideration of the racial slur that was mentioned last week during a panel discussion on freedom of speech, UNT Student Government and the Black Student Union held a peaceful sit-in.
So exactly what the goal of this is to just fill up the space. And so just to let the Board of Regents know that we are serious about exactly what has happened. And so just to send that message, as well as far as any proposals that we are talking about, we're not going to be talking at the meeting. We're going to be talking tomorrow, but we're going to be talking on behalf of the student service fee. And
Close to 100 students met just before the meeting to organize their sit-in, as well as go over rules of being non-disruptive during their protest. Students were encouraged to duct tape their mouths and draw signs to voice out their opinions. President of the Student Government Association, Yolian Ogbu, facilitated the sit-in and stressed the importance of listening to.
It means a lot because it's a time for us to unite, and it sucks because this is a traumatizing situation that happened last week, but because of that, this is the prime time for us to be coming together as a community and showing others that, we're a force to be reckoned with.
Students that participated hoped to convince the board member and the National Association for the Advancement of Colored People to better represent them.
So we had released a list of demands Friday afternoon through the SJBSU and NAACP Twitter, and those are the demands that we were actually presenting to the Board of Regents, to really occupying the space and saying, hey, we're here, we're seen, and listen to us tomorrow. And so we'll see what decision they make tomorrow.
It is a tense time here at UNT, and students are trying their best to enact change during such a controversial topic. UNT Daily News.
Board of Regents will meet again tomorrow morning with Yolian Ogbu presenting the demands. After the board will make final decisions on the student demands.
Last week events, which led the UNT System Assistant General Counsel Kathleen Soul resign for sparked debates about lack of diversity training at UNT. The University of North Texas Office of Undergraduate Student Government Association wrote a letter to the president of UNT, Neil Smartrisk, demanding increase in racial awareness throughout the campus. The letter also demanded brown and other minorities among the faculty and staff. The letter was also put on change.org, a website used for starting campaigns and petitions. Yolian Ogbu, the president of UNT Student Government Association, is spearheading the campaign for changes. TA has been thinking about these proposals for a while.
Actually, we've been thinking about them. There are a majority that I've had conversations with the administration already about, and honestly, I'll say they're fairly supportive about it, but I think it's because of the incident that happened last week that has caused us to push the momentum.
The petition already has over the university.
The UNT Police Department is offering a free self-defense class on Monday, November the 18th. UNT police members want to make sure you feel safe on campus. The class will not only also discuss being aware of your surroundings. With spaces limited to about 20 students per class, UNT Police Officer David Causey hopes to encourage UNT community members to join.
We hope that it empowers them, that if they're out and they find themselves in a
For more information about the free self-defense class, contact Officer Causey at david.causey@unt.edu.
That's our time for now. Thanks for joining us.
We'll see you next.
This is NT Daily News.
The Mean Green soccer team gets ready to kick off the NCAA tournament. Thanks for joining us. I'm Sierra Galvez.
And I'm Marshall Green. This past Sunday, the Mean Green soccer team will travel to Fayetteville, Arkansas to take on the Razorbacks in the first round of the NCAA tournament.
For the third time in a row, John Headland will lead UNT into the NCAA tournament. With the Mean Green losing in the first round of the tournament, and staff believes the experience the team gained will benefit it this time around.
Last year we had to go to A&M. They were ranked top 10 in the country. So is Arkansas. They're ranked 6th right now, nationally ranked. So both very similar teams. Arkansas is a little bit more physical, a little bit more direct. with two outstanding teams we've had to play in the last 2 years.
Assistant coach for Benatar knows the Mean Green will face a team in Arkansas with a very similar style of play. And that one team style of play will determine the outcome.
You know, Arkansas is a tough opponent, so they are similar to us in many games, knowing they have to deal with us similarly with long balls, direct physical play.
11 players from last year's team returned to UNT for another season, and Coach Hedlund thinks despite coming up short in the 2018 NCAA tournament, the team took a lot away from the game.
Experience from last year, being on that big stage with a lot of our younger players, our goalkeeper, that was her first big stage playing at A&M in the NCAAs. So we're hoping that experience from last year will really help us in this year's game.
The team has led their legacy as UNT women's soccer players forever.
I think they want to make history. History tomorrow would be scoring a goal and winning the game. Scoring for sure. We haven't scored in postseason play and NCAA rounds. And so that would be huge for this. It would break history. And so those seniors would not only have that piece of history, but other pieces to go along that we've covered through the year. Brand new facility, conference title, All-American, you know, so just other pieces of the home stretch, the winning streak.
The game is scheduled for November 15th and will kick off at 6:30.
The regular season is winding down for the UNT football team. With just 2 games remaining, the Mean Green have an outside chance to earn a bowl invitation. If North Texas on November 30th, they will have 6 wins. Teams with 7 wins are guaranteed to play in a bowl game, but teams with 6 can get invited. For UNT to increase their bowl chances, they will need to win out and finish at 6 wins. According to a new ranking released by MoneyWise.com, UNT's Apogee in college football. Ranked 31st worst in Division I, critics of Apogee cite difficult parking, lackluster attendance, and the team struggles. However, Apogee Stadium is one of the only LEED certified stadiums in the country. LEED, or Leadership in Energy and Environmental Design, helps team build environmentally responsible. The field to the court, the North Texas men's and women's basketball season have begun. The men's team is 1-2 with their next game this Saturday at home versus Eastern Michigan. On November 22nd, the team travels to Jamaica to play in the Jersey Mike's Jamaica Classic. The women's team is 1-1 and will go west to Hawaii for the Rainbow Wahine
season with eyes on a state title. Coming out of District 4, 5A, and fresh off their 50th consecutive win, Denton Ryan opens the playoffs tonight at home against Granbury at 7 p.m. Ryan made it to the semifinals after finishing second in District 5, 6A with a 9-1 record. Denton Geyer will host the Hebron Hawks in the opening round playoff game this Friday night at 7:30. Geyer lost in the second round last season to Lake Ridge.
Last night in the NBA, there were a pair of father-son. First, in Houston, Los Angeles Clippers head coach Doc Rivers was ejected with 2 technical fouls. However, it was a Rockets player on the other team that was egging him on. That player, Austin Rivers, is Doc's son. Austin actually used to play for his dad and the Clippers, but was traded to Washington in 2018 before becoming a member of the Rockets. Note, Memphis Grizzlies rookie Jay Morant made one of his first big NBA memories last night. On the road in Charlotte, last summer's
Hi, I'm Mike Miller, watching Creatives of North Texas. It's a show I created a few years ago to bring on people in the community who make contributions through artistic creativity and so on, and I'm honored to have Jessica McReynolds here today. Thank you for being here.
Nice to meet you. Hi.
So has this been a pretty good year for you so far?
Being able to be around the community, having more people under my belt to teach, and being able to bring out new teachers out into this community has been a blessing, plus so much help.
It's quite a network of yoga going on in Denton right now.
There really is. It's a very competitive business. I mean, yes, we're teaching about, being able to calm ourselves and being able to calm our minds and being able to breathe. And there is just such a that have come out of the woodwork, and to be able to share that gift with everyone. So, yeah, it has gotten huge.
How long have you been doing that on the square now?
5 years now.
5 years? Yeah.
For a while now.
How many people usually show up?
Oh God, it is anywhere from 20 people. Sometimes we have 40 people.
It really varies.
Yeah, it varies so much. Depends on the weather. It depends on what's going around town.
What's going on? Yeah, so many things going on.
Parents are back to cooking dinners and trying to get everything ready and getting used to the new schedules and stuff. So yeah, and now we have the cold.
Now we have what?
And now we have the cold. The fall now coming in a factor too.
Yeah, to get the winter clothes back out and all that.
Yeah, the long yoga pants, being able to bundle up just a little bit more, and or enjoying the fall weather finally, and not it being so hot that you feel like dying after class. Yeah, everywhere. Yeah. It's Texas. Go from one extreme to the other. It's nice.
When did you first start getting involved with yoga?
I got involved with yoga many years ago, just to do for my mind. I had just for certain situations with my body, and I needed to heal, and it didn't get really involved until I had to have some answers. And then once I decided to become a yoga teacher, and I didn't even realize I was going to be really a yoga teacher. I tried it, and I was thinking, nope, this isn't for me. I'm not going to be a yoga teacher.
Oh,
I'm
really?
not.
At first?
Yeah, I didn't even think I was going to graduate. It was probably one of the hardest times in my life. Remember all the Sanskrit, remember all the anatomy. I mean, it was definitely a hard class. And yeah, I'm glad I made it, because here I am now.
That's great.
I never would have thought this 5 years ago. I was just like, right, left, I have no idea what we're doing. But like anybody else, and just like any other yoga teacher, you practice and you keep doing it and you make it. I mean, you find your niche.
And there's the world we live in.
Are you kidding me? This is stressful.
Technology. Cameras filming you.
Yes.
Everywhere you go, there's cameras filming you.
All the time. And it's so weird to see. They don't even care that there's a camera in a room filming them all the time, whether they're shopping or they're working, or where I grew up in a time where that just was not a thing. You had to have written consent and things like that. But yeah, it's a different time. And it is stress that I don't even realize for some of these kids, especially for the college kids, high school kids.
And just like the inflation, it's so stressful for everybody that rent is so expensive now, It costs so much to drive a car. Insurance is so expensive.
Yes, it's bad. It's a gas guzzler. She's a thirsty girl, but she gets me to where I need to be.
Suburban.
Yep. It's the biggest car possible, but it's comfortable. So it's really hard to say, okay, can I afford to have another $300 a month payment, or, $500 sometimes.
Oh, yeah.
I have no idea how much a car
new cars
costs
are
now.
so expensive. It's unreal.
Yeah.
So it doesn't seem like there are jobs are out there for enough people, good jobs. Just a lot of low-paying jobs. You know, and people have to work so many hours.
Yeah, people just don't seem to have time for themselves anymore.
Yeah.
There is to themselves. There's no nap, and if there is a nap, it's the stigma of, well, that's because you're depressed because you're taking a nap. You go all the time, and
well,
people
the body
break
needs
down.
rest, though. Yeah.
Yeah, people break down. And it comes in a horrible, just blows up, because we're all like little time bombs. And if we're not able to get rid of that stress somehow, it's going to blow up.
Yeah, and a lot of things we do are, I guess, we end up using bad posture and things like that. And that's where yoga can help you so much, I guess. Different parts of your body, your back and shoulders and whatever.
Yes. Backs of the legs, hips, where we hold so much of our stress. We hold a lot of it in our chest and our shoulders and our feet a lot. So it's really nice to have an hour where you have room for more, because it's always piling up, especially for these kids. And everybody. Whether it be parents, children, teenagers, college kids, teachers, the same stress, and it's a lot.
Yeah.
Daily life is hard.
And like when you just stand somewhere and you just stretch and reach up to the sky, that even something like that is good for you, I guess.
Yeah, it's wow, I had a friend of mine that her art is, she talks about it coming from above, for like a childlike motion, being able to look up and maybe even playing with something that's above. And that's kind of very much yogic, to be able to stand up and stand tall and make some of that room in your vertebrae and right back to being straight. And yoga is very childlike motions sometimes. There are childlike poses where you're very much looking up, and that's something to bring your heart up and to let that shine out.
And like crawling, it seems like as adults we just forget how to crawl.
We do. And trying to get to one place or another, that, you know, the time that we do crawl is because we're sick or there's tragedy, or, you know, that safe thing of getting into a corner and crying because you just need to hug yourself. It's not tragic. It also needs to happen all the time. You need to remember to love yourself and go ahead and crawl on the floor and see the world from a little bit below and
roll
kinda,
around.
Yeah, roll around.
Stretch.
It gets us off our pedestals.
Yeah.
You know, it kind of gets us back to being. And there's a lot of pressure about being on a pedestal, and there's a lot of pressure about, you know, being the very best that you can be, or what is your 5-year goal, or all these things. And I mean, what matters is right now. And if you're crawling on the floor, if you're reaching up for the sky and you have that childlike wonder in your eye, that is a wonderful thing.
It seems like so many people in the world today are just so caught up in trying to make as much money as possible, and lives.
Yeah.
Don't enjoy the special moments of life.
Yeah, no, exactly. Definitely.
So many big houses in the North Texas area, you know.
Huge houses. Everybody's got to drive the best car.
Yeah.
You know, we need to have a media room in our house and have these movie chairs with cup holders and vibrations and speakers everywhere, and surround our phones that we constantly have in our hands. Those need to plug up to all the speakers, whether in our car or in our house or.
You waste so much time just learning how to do all these connections and pairing things together.
Yeah.
I hate all that.
I am the worst at it. I have a project that I'm supposed to be doing on the computer. I'm the worst thing on the laptop ever. Like, I'm good to turn it on, and usually I have to ask somebody how to turn it on first. So for me to even get on my phone and I don't type it out and a text to you, yeah, it's going to take me a long time to get to it, because I just need all the help.
There's so much technology, it just wastes our time, I think.
Yeah, extremely good at it, but that's second nature to them. Where to me, it's still a foreign language.
They play with those so much, I guess.
Yeah. To me, it's still a foreign language, and yeah.
It's been a big learning curve for me, for sure. Yeah.
Definitely. Yeah.
So through yoga, you end up meeting a lot of people around town, a lot of people, and a lot of musicians and artists, and just all kinds of people, I guess.
I have been very lucky that have influenced me and helped me along the way, and it has been the musicians in this town. It's funny because I had first thought that it was a very snobby sort of situation. I'm not in their art. I was thinking, oh, well, they're not going to want to hang out with me, but these guys are some of my best clients, my best friends, and if it wasn't for them, I don't think I would be where I am today. About things with me, let me vent, and just all around play good music, make people feel great, and doing exactly what I do on my mat. And they do on their instruments, and you know, usually it's when we're partying, and that's not the best time for me to sing, but hey, you know, it is what it is, and we all get together and absolutely love it, so
we were
great
talking
memories.
about Neely Rose earlier. And
yes, my absolute favorite. He is family.
He has worked with a lot of musicians the last few years, playing in Deep Ellum a lot, I think, as well as the Denton area.
He has been going just nuts with this.
Yeah.
to watch him be able to blossom into the person that he is now, to actually that new butterfly come out, has been absolutely beautiful to see.
He hangs in there. That's been his goal, and he just continues to do it every week.
Yeah, yeah. I'm very proud of him. I'm sure that there's a lot of people that are extremely proud to see the progress that he has done.
He contributes a lot to each band that he's in, for sure.
Oh yeah, he puts in the hours. And it is really cool to see a kid that young be able to, and he learned. I mean, he did not have to learn to grow up quickly.
Yeah.
And be there and, get there on time and, contribute.
Yeah.
As well as we all have to learn those things.
Yeah, he was really young when he moved to Denton. Studying
Yeah.
music out there, yeah.
Yeah, yeah. That's right.
Jacob Doe, do you know him?
The name sounds familiar, but
He plays bass. I think he's played with Neely a number of times.
Okay. I know, yeah, I'm before not. I might have, probably a passing.
Tim Knighton, you know Tim.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a good soul. He is a wonderful person as well.
He is, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, Neely is able to...
NT Daily News. We're here for you, because we are you. We live and work in Denton, and we love this community. We find local stories that need to be told, and inform you about national issues that affect our city. From City Hall to the Square, and from UNT to TWU, because we care about them just as much as you do. Stay tuned for NT Daily News.
Denton Community Television, operated by the Mayborn School of Journalism, the University of North Texas.
Speak life. Today I want to talk to you on the subject of, are you willing to go? Before Jesus ascended back to heaven, he gathered his disciples together and he gave them some final instructions. And in those final words, Jesus to all people. Well, the call to go still remains the same for each and every believer today. You see, because we are all called to go and to share the good news. But although the call to go just might look a little bit different for each and every one of us. You see, some of you may be called to go to your neighborhoods, while others of you might be called to reach your entire cities. Yet others of you just might be called of the world. So although our callings are a little bit different, we all have one thing that is in common, and that is that we must be willing to get out of the comfort of our homes in order to go and share the good news. Today, that when God calls you to go, the question isn't, do you want to go? But the real question is this. The question is, are you willing to go? Well, this is exactly what happened to me. You see, in September of 2008, I could ask her some of the questions that I had